Round one, fight!
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to another episode of Tournament Fights. This is episode number 39. This is best comic book movies in a shared universe. So, a few weeks back, we did best comic book movies in a non-shared universe. So we covered it, like everything besides the like DC, the MCU, all of that stuff. Just the kind of independent stuff, like Howard the Duck and the Shadow and the Phantom, and like a lot of those kind of movies like that. But now it's time for the shared universe, so this should be a fun one. So I'm your host tonight, Jordan Movie Hero Anderson. Please bear with me. I will be eating a little bit because this takes place right during my dinner time, so it's either set up for the show, eat, like what am I going to do? So I grilled myself up a burger and some tots, so just bear with me there. But anyways, we'll jump into this. I'll introduce our panel for tonight. We have my co-host Austin Pez. How's it going?
Well, you know, that's why Jordan has a co-host, so I can keep an eye on things while he takes a bite of his burger. So it's all good. Right. That's what I'm here for. Keep track of everything, keep everything in line. But yeah, this will be a fun show. And happy Batman week, everybody, because we're doing this the week the Batman's going to open up. So it kind of works out. Yeah, right, Jordan? Batman. Oh, very good.
The Batman. Wow.
The Batman.
But yeah, there's some people that are actually going to see Batman tonight because it's game day for the Batman. So it opens officially at tonight. I think there's showings at like 6 and 7, something like that.
Mostly IMAX showings. Yeah, there's no IMAXs around me. I'm going to see it Thursday night, but I'll be seeing it Thursday night. So very excited.
Nice. Well, also joining us tonight, we have Jacob Barber. How's it going?
It's going. I'm glad to be back on the tournament fights, especially one that I've seen every one of these movies except for one.
I know, right?
One. Yeah. There was one that I didn't get around to. But usually I say at least to half of these, I haven't seen this movie.
Yeah,
that's
nice,
not going to happen tonight.
Not tonight.
You'll have to let us know which one it is when we get there, though. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But
I know I've seen all of them. I had to watch.
No need to brag, Jordan.
Well, I had to watch my final movie earlier today, Superman 4: The Quest for Peace. So that was definitely an experience. I had not seen that until today, and woo, like not so good. But we'll get into that a little later. But we'll also introduce Gerald Battoglia. How's it going?
Gentlemen, thank you so much for having me back. Glad to be here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're happy to have you. Yeah, and then also in the house we have Moose.
Hello.
Haas, how's it going?
Hello.
Good to see you guys. It's been a while. Good to see everybody. Jordan, it's really rude you didn't bring enough food for everyone. I brought enough beer for everyone.
I know. Sorry,
fellas. Let me know
we'll
if you
try
want
and share
it.
through the camera. Here. Yeah.
Come on, Jordan, give me some of your tots. Come on.
Yeah.
No, man.
Right,
you didn't freaking eat anything today.
Yeah, right. Freaking starved. Jeez. But also join us. We have Moose's cousin, also known as AKA Cousin Ryan, in the house. How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's it going?
It's going good.
There he is.
Excited to be here. Cheers, Haas.
Yeah.
Hey,
everybody.
Yeah.
Nice. We were saying we need to have a episode in the future where we have a family episode where we have Cousin Ryan, Brother Lomas, and Papa West, and have a big family episode. So, all we need is a lady to be like sister something, and and we'll be good to
go. But we won't waste any time. We'll jump right into it because we got a big tournament ahead of us. So do you want to break it down, Austin, how it's going to work while I bring up the tournament bracket?
Yeah, so we like Jordan was talking about. We did another one recently that Moose was on, a couple other folks, where we did kind of the independent, nothing connected kind of movies. And this is literally all the connected stuff. So all the MCU movies are in here. All the DC EU movies are in here. All the X-Men universe movies are in here. The Nolan films, et cetera, all that kind of stuff. So we always talking about, oh, well, if you throw Avengers Endgame in there, something like that, it's always going to win. Well, not necessarily in this one, because there's a lot of beloved movies on this list. So we don't know what's going to happen here. But we took all 64 of them, threw them into a randomizer here on this March Madness bracket. So we're going to break it down, go piece by piece, bracket by bracket, and see who emerges the winner. So we'll go up and down the ladder here, starting with Cousin Ryan down there. You'll have the first vote on the first match. Just kind of give us your vote. Maybe about 20 or 30 seconds. We try to keep a pretty quick pace here, 20, 30 seconds as to why, and then we'll move up the ladder, and I'll tally the votes, and we'll see who wins. We spend a little more time on the outer brackets talking about the movies, but once we move into those inner brackets, the 32, the 60, and all that, we really hit the gas and go into overdrive, and that's what the fun part of tournament fights is, those quick decisions, 10 seconds or less. You just got to make a Sophie's choice and pick one or the other. So that's how it's going to work. That's how we do it. We do have tiebreaker procedures since we have 6 people. I'll kind of explain that once we get to our first tie, which I'm sure we will have ties, I'm sure, because there's a lot of good movies in here. It's almost inevitable they'll have some ties here and there. So I'll explain that when we get there, but I'll keep track, and we'll just kind of go from there. So you'll see anybody who hasn't been on yet, it's very easy. You'll catch on very quickly. So it's very simple. All right.
Yeah, and also too, just to so everyone knows that there's no seeds or anything.
It's all random.
I put all the movies into a big randomizer, so they're just random matchup. I haven't really even seen too much of it. I mean, I got a quick glance because I obviously had to create it, but I tried to just not really memorize it, not really pay too much attention.
So I mean, we could have potentially heavy hitters up against each other in the first round, or some of these some of these movies may not even make it, to our elite. And I should say the Elite 8 from the episode will go into a poll tomorrow on the Show Friends and Family. You can vote on your favorites, but you could have a situation with like a Logan versus Dark Knight in the first round. We don't know. It could be something crazy right out of the bat. So, it could be anything. So we'll see.
And also, don't break my heart in the first round.
Oh yeah, it could be.
If anyone's ever seen my top 64, half of mine were a bunch of these comic book movies. I've since kind of reworked my 64. I'm going to be doing a redux on the summertime to kind of make it more well-rounded list, but I love a lot of these comic book movies, so there's a lot that are still in my top 64. So this is going to be tough. It's not easy, but I'll go ahead and I'll reveal our first pick, and we'll get started. So our first one, we got Captain America: Winter Soldier, 2 captains versus Captain Marvel. Yeah.
All right. So we'll start at the bottom of the ladder, and the votes will rotate with the opening person each time, but we'll start down at the bottom with Cousin Ryan to get to start. So Captain Marvel versus Winter Soldier.
I'm going to have to go Captain Marvel, Winter Soldier. I mean, I loved Captain Marvel, but Winter Soldier, man, that was Bucky coming back. That was the dirty of it all, and completed kind of loop back to what Cap's all about, especially from the comics. So I'm gonna stick with Winter Soldier.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
We're going to Moose.
Captain Marvel is a good movie. It's solid in its own right. That's a hard story to tell, Carol Danvers' story, and how she's the most powerful being in the universe, opposite Thanos. So that's a tough story to tell. They did a decent enough job of it. The Skrulls were a lot of fun in that movie, especially Ben Mendelsohn as Talos. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, Captain America: Winter Soldier, that was a game changer for the MCU. That was the Russo brothers' first entry into the Marvel universe, and they hit a grand slam with, again, what could be a very complicated story to tell, but it's a spy thriller. And it's spy thriller, comic book, superhero movie. It's so freaking good. Captain America, the Winter Soldier, deserves to go forward.
Yeah, sounds good. Well,
right,
Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, Captain Marvel, I saw it in theaters. I enjoyed it at the time. I haven't revisited it since then. Haven't really felt the need to do so. I like the movie, but Winter Soldier, on the other hand, that's one I can watch over and over again. It's one of my go-tos for the MCU. So I'm definitely going with the Winter Soldier.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
I ditto. Yeah, I ditto to everything. Captain Marvel's okay. It's not the worst, but it's like fairly middle of the road. And I still think Captain America: Winter Soldier is probably the best of the individual movie sequels we've had so far. Better than Thor 2, Iron Man 2, all that kind of stuff. Like the best sequel. And the Russos coming in obviously changed the MCU. So yeah, Winter Soldier for me.
Yeah. Well, Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going Winter Soldier as well. This one, every time I rewatch it, it goes up on my MCU list. It gets better every time I watch it. I've only seen Captain Marvel a couple times. Winter Soldier I've seen at least close to 10 times. Such a great movie.
Yeah. Yep, and I'll make it unanimous. Like the Winter Soldier is great, and it just continues Cap's story. It introduces the spy thriller, kind of like Moose was saying. Like it's great that they kind of like did some different genres kind of with some of these Marvel movies. And Captain Marvel for me, I enjoyed it, but it's just one that it's just a little less relatable. When you get too mystical and too kind of out there in the space, like it can be good because there's stuff that's in space that are movies that are great. But this one though, like it kind of like it was a little less unrelatable for me, and so I did enjoy it. But compared to Winter Soldier, no, the Winter Soldier hands down. So
all right, well, it's unanimous for the Winter Soldier. Moving on,
clean sweep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right,
so
down.
Moving on, we got Iron Man 2 going up against Spider-Man Far From Home.
Okay.
Right?
All right. Start with Moose on this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a much easy decision here. I mean, Iron Man 2 is a pitch for the next movie, basically the entirety of the movie. The final battle between Whiplash, Rhodey, and Stark is like a minute and a half, and then Whiplash is down. It's like, oh shit, that's it. Spider-Man Far From Home is a great flick. Love Tom Holland as Spider-Man. Loved Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio. Loved Nick Fury in that. The relationship between Spider-Man and Happy Hogan in this movie is solid. The whole movie itself is probably in my top 10 favorite Marvel movies. It's a solid entry in the Spider-Man flick, and if you're going to compare, a bitter apple to a glass of beer, I mean, we're getting a glass of beer with Spider-Man Far From Home. Iron Man 2 is a bitter apple. It's just not a good movie.
Yeah. Well, Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, I've never been one to hate Iron Man 2. I find stuff that I can enjoy about it. But Spider-Man Far From Home, I think, does blow it out of the water here. I really enjoy Jake Gyllenhaal's performance as Mysterio and that interpretation of the character, being a team of people, putting that all together. I thought that was great. So I'm going to go with Far From Home.
Yeah, sounds good. Austin, what do you think?
So I might be in the minority on this one, but I'm going to vote for Iron Man 2. I've made it known on these that I'm not the biggest Tom Holland Spider-Man fan. I don't really like those the first two movies that much. This most recent one I like more, maybe because he finally became Spider-Man in this one, and actually, seems like he's in danger. But it took a while to get there. Maybe now that the third one's out and I watched all three of them back to back, it'll play a little better for me. But the first two just didn't play well for me. So I'd rather sit down and watch Iron Man 2, to be honest. So I'll go Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
Such a party pooper.
Yeah. But Jacob, what do you think?
Oh, wait till we get to Thor Ragnarok.
Just wait.
Yeah, I don't dislike Iron Man 2. I like it just fine, but I love Spider-Man Far From Home. Actually, the year it came out, I liked it more than Endgame. Like I've since then flipped, but upon rewatches, but I still really enjoy Far From Home. I actually have it in my top 5 MCU So I'm gonna go Far From Home.
Yeah, sounds good.
Jordan.
Yeah, like I actually really like Iron Man 2 because it's the first time that we were introduced to Don Cheadle playing Rhodey, so that was cool. And then also it's the first appearance for Black Widow in the MCU, really, and so it's pretty cool to be introduced to both those characters. And then there's also like kind of like the final battle, like Moose said again, like it was just like not very good, not very long, and like there's just some weird stuff like "Bring me my Boyd" and like it's just like just weird stuff like that. That's just really wonky. And I'm a huge Spider-Man guy. I mean, if you look all over my room, like I've said this multiple times, you can't reach maybe like 4 feet without finding something Spider-Man related in this room. So I mean, and I love Tom Holland as Spider-Man, and I've been waiting years and years to see Mysterio finally portrayed on the big screen, and I think they did a great job with it. And then also the twist at the end, which I'm not going to reveal, but that's kind of cool that there's a little twist at the end of the movie. So yeah,
I think everybody on the planet saw the most recent one, so I think you're okay.
yeah.
That movie made $1.5 billion and it's still making money. I think everybody saw it. I think you're good.
Well, usually if it's like less than 10 years old, I try not to spoil it, but yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna vote Far From Home though. So
if it was some indie horror movie, I'd agree with you, but this is like
right.
Spider-Man, yeah. So
yeah, right.
All right.
Yeah.
So everyone here, or at least Haas and everyone else on that chat, is probably going to assume that I'm going to pick Iron Man because I got the shirt, got the tattoo. Iron Man. I love Iron Man 2. I love they brought up Hammer. I love that they intertwined the universe together. But Spider-Man Far From Home, it leaps and bounds above it. In my opinion, Jake Gyllenhaal, Tom Holland, and I'm not the biggest Tom Holland fan of Spider-Man, but I feel like he really came into his own in this one. And if it wasn't for the intricacies of the introducing the characters, Iron Man 2, I probably wouldn't watch it as often. But Spider-Man Far From Home.
Yeah, sounds good. Well,
all right.
Another clean
5-1
sweep.
for Spider-Man. No, clean sweep. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Iron Man 2. I'm sorry.
That's right. Almost a clean sweep. Almost. Yeah. But next we got the Incredible Hulk going up against X-Men: The Last Stand is what it is. So
that's X3. Yeah. X-Men 3.
Yep. So it could be interesting because they're both kind of.
All right, Gerald, you're up first on this one.
All right. Yeah. When it comes to the Incredible Hulk, I know it's that kind of the forgotten MCU movie, but I always enjoy this movie when I watch it. I really like a lot of the aspects of it, and I like that they're starting to bring some of that back into the MCU. Some of those details and characters that were in that movie. X-Men: The Last Stand. What a disappointment this movie was as a follow-up to the first two. Barely even want to give it the time of day with how disappointing it was. So yeah, Incredible Hulk, definitely for me.
Yeah. Austin, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I've always been a big fan of that Ed Norton Hulk movie. I think it's really underrated as far as in the MCU goes. I really like it. I think it's a great version of Hulk. I like General Ross in it is awesome. Like Ed Norton's great. I think Tim Roth is really good as becoming Abomination eventually. X-Men Last Stand is like, it's watchable. It moves very quickly. I mean, it's not a bad watch overall. Like, it's kind of dumb, but it's an easy it's a good hangover watch on a Sunday afternoon. If you're hungover with some beers and you don't really want to pay attention to it that much. But I think that Norton Hulk's a better movie, so I'll go with Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, I can understand why people would say the Incredible Hulk doesn't hold up in terms of the MCU, but if you look at it as just a superhero comic book movie, it's really good. I'm pretty sure I've only seen X-Men: The Last Stand once, and I don't know if I'll rewatch it. The Incredible Hulk, I've rewatched it a few times, and I don't mind going back to it, so I'll go with the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. And I've only seen the Incredible Hulk once. I was pretty late to the party on it. I actually watched it last year for the first time, and I had a lot of fun with it. Like I thought that it was really, really solid. Like Edward Norton was a great Bruce Banner, and for X-Men: The Last Stand, like I remember the trailer that they put out for The Last Stand was freaking awesome. It's actually one of my favorite trailers I've almost ever seen, and I really dug all the music. I actually downloaded the music from the trailer because I really, really like it a lot. And then when I went to go see it, it's like, what a letdown! Wah, wah. I was just like they kind of botched a lot of characters. I don't know why they have Magneto having his lair out in the woods when he's a guy that can control metal. That doesn't really make sense. And then just like some stuff with Angel, and then I always forget the big guy that like busts through the walls. Like they didn't make it big enough. The Juggernaut.
He's the Juggernaut, bitch.
He's supposed to be a big hulking freaking guy, and he's this tiny little guy that just, I don't know, like it just didn't fit right. I think they did the Juggernaut way better in Deadpool 2, but yeah. So although I do still like the movie, like kind of like Austin said, like it's probably like a good hangover watch, like a good movie to just put on in the background, if you don't want to pay too much attention, just want to put something that's watchable like in the background to glance at once in a while. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Incredible Hulk.
I think there's a reason why FX used to run X-Men Last Stand all the damn time, because you could jump in on any part of that movie and be like, oh, that's an okay scene, and then like tune out and do your laundry, and then come back and be like, oh, there's another fight scene, tune out and go sweep the floor and then come back to it. It's like one of those cable watches.
Yeah, right.
Because of Ryan.
I don't know. I mean, X-Men Last Stand, I really wanted to like it. I loved the other two movies leading up to it. Less as they went, obviously, I think as everyone else can agree. But Incredible Hulk, Edward Norton, I thought he was amazing. Bruce Banner as the Hulk. Liv Tyler, that whole cast and that movie itself set the tone, I think, for what the Hulk, it redeemed the Hulk, I think, in the movie world. So, we had the one before that we don't like to talk about as fans, so we'll just move on with it. But yeah, Incredible Hulk for me.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, right.
Different timeline, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that movie on the other show. We did the other show and had talked about that movie, I think, somewhere in one of those rounds.
Non-universe ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I think most of us did the Doctor Strange trick on ourselves to forget 2003's Hulk.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two redeeming qualities of X-Men: The Last Stand. One, Kelsey Grammer as Beast, inspired casting, perfect, right? I think we can agree on that. Two, Ben Foster as Angel, cool concept. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
He's in it for like 2 scenes, and yet if you look at the movie poster, he's prominently featured as if he's going to be like a huge character of the movie.
He's everywhere,
Great casting on both of those characters. Shit movie. The Incredible Hulk is fun. I have a good time with it. I was really rooting for Ed Norton to be the Hulk in the MCU. I understand, I've read things that he's a little troublesome behind the scenes, but it is a fun movie. Yeah, I like William Hurt as General Thaddeus Ross. I think that, I think the little cameo with Stark at the end of The Incredible Hulk really kind of solidifies this as, okay, this may be the redheaded stepchild of the MCU in that it's like a Sony movie, but or Universal movie, excuse me, but still, it's still part of this universe. And the fight scenes are fun. I like that we're getting the Abomination back into it. Rumor has it that Samuel Stearns, the character that Tim Blake Nelson played in the movie Mr. Blue, could potentially be in the She-Hulk series as the leader. So there's some cool things that could potentially come from this. We've already seen the Abomination in Shang-Chi. So I think this movie is going to start coming back again into a little bit more relevance. But this is definitely the better movie.
Where's Liv Tyler? Why hasn't she making an appearance again? I'd actually be okay with it, with her coming back as Betty, but I don't know. Maybe she'll come back at some point, but who knows?
Yeah. I agree.
Well, it sounds like
yes, my vote is Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, it's a sweep for the Hulk. Yeah. I will say there's one really good line in X-Men: The Last Stand that Magneto has when the one guy's like, "Where's your mark? Like, where's your tattoo?" And he goes, "Oh, I already have one. And let me assure you, no needle will ever touch my skin again." And you're reminded, you're like, "Oh, that's right. He's a Holocaust survivor. Like, that's pretty heavy." Like, and it's like this one moment where you're like profound moment in kind of a shitty movie. So yeah.
It is great, but then following that, you're introduced to the Porcupine Man.
Right, the Porcupine guy. Yeah.
So stupid.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But
Poignant moment followed by just brain killer.
Yeah, right.
We got Spider-Man: Homecoming going against another X-Men: Days of Future Past. All right.
Okay.
Some could be a little tougher.
I'm up first.
Yeah, you're up first.
Well, I spoiled my hand that, Homecoming is the worst offender for me out of the three Spider-Man. I don't like Homecoming very much, other than Michael Keaton. I think Michael Keaton's the one bright spot of that movie, and he's great. But he's the only reason I was even into that. Look at that mess of a poster, by the way. That's a horrendous poster.
It's all over the place.
So it's like the worst Photoshop poster. Oh my god. No, this one's going to be pretty easily Days of Future Past for me. I think it's a nice blend of both, and coming off of First Class, which I was a big fan of, and kind of blending both the cast. And talking about trailers, that movie had a awesome trailer, like the first one that came out with the back and forth. So I'll go Days of Future Past on this one pretty easily.
Yeah, sounds good. Jacob, what do you think?
Oh, this one's tough.
Yep.
Probably gonna say that a lot tonight.
Yeah.
I love both these movies. I think Michael Keaton is great in Homecoming. But I think I'll go Days of Future Past. Like Austin said, I like the blending of the cast, and I think Spider-Man is going to be well represented. I think so. Show the X-Men some love here.
Yeah. This one's tough for me as well. Like, there's things that I like about both movies and things that I don't. So it's just kind of interesting. Like, I don't really like that they made Spider-Man so young, but I get why they did, because they want Tom Holland in this universe for as long as they possibly can. So, but and also, I mean, I like seeing Iron Man pop up, but then also like the whole thing where they say Tom Holland's kind of Iron Man Jr. or Iron Man Light or whatever. But like Tom Holland's great though. I actually like really dig him as Peter Parker. So in X-Men: Days of Future Past, I mean, I think that it's really cool how they blend both casts together from the original X-Men series to the First Class cast, and I've always been kind of curious to see if they would have followed the actual comic book with that Kitty Pryde go back instead of Wolverine, but obviously Wolverine's the popular character, so they're going to use him obviously. But so, and there's some things in Days of Future Past that just get a little wonky for me. Some stuff that involved like President, and then that involve like Peter Dinklage character, and even Mystique, like just kind of like weird for me. So I think probably by a little bit I'm going to go with Spider-Man Homecoming, because I think that it was a really great way to kind of kick it off, because it set everything up really, really well. You kind of get a sense of where the series is going, and I think that they probably didn't want to make it too heavy-handed, but eventually, like down the road, it's going to get more heavy-handed. So yeah, I'll go with Homecoming. So
right.
So I'm gonna have to go X-Men: Days of Future Past on this. I loved Spider-Man: Homecoming for what it was, but I felt like they leaned on Tony Stark and Iron Man a little too much to get that movie off the ground, to kind of get that world going. And X-Men: Days of Future Past, it brought in the best of the best for X-Men. It brought in what made X-Men so great in the initial movie, Patrick Stewart. It held up for what it was, and it just blended both worlds, I think, perfectly. Whereas Spider-Man, I get what they were doing. They're starting it off as Spider-Man on his own film, but just too much of a crutch with, I felt, Tony Stark. Wasn't what I wanted Spider-Man to be. So X-Men: Days of Future Past for me.
That sounds good.
Moose.
First off, big shout out to our buddy Stephen Payne, the coolest cat I know, living up in San Jose right there, giving some shout out to cousin Ryan and I in the chat. There he is. Stephen Payne is the coolest cat I've ever met. You guys ever get a chance to hang with him? You do.
There you go.
So I enjoy both of these movies quite a bit. You're going to hear me probably use this term quite a bit tonight, where the Days of Future Past is a very hard story to translate into a movie. And let alone bringing in 2 generations of X-Men actors into one movie, right? That's a very, very hard story to tell. And I do believe that X-Men Days of Future Past did a great job of doing that. I love Spider-Man Homecoming. It is a solid movie. Michael Keaton as the Vulture is the best. Where was he in Far From Home? Please give me just Keaton as Adrian Toomes movie.
Right.
Maybe his own Disney Plus streaming service. But I am going to vote for X-Men Days of Future Past. It's no love against Spider-Man Homecoming, but Days of Future Past is the harder story to tell and the better movie.
All right,
Well, looks like we'll probably see Michael Keaton pop up in Morbius. It looks like from the trailer that's played a million times over and over and over again. I've seen that trailer so many times. But yeah. But Gerald.
Yeah, I also really love X-Men Days of Future Past. It is such an interesting movie of being able to bring together these 2 different casts and timelines. And it was a really exciting movie and really well done. And, it's so much to enjoy about it, from the introduction of Quicksilver, finally seeing the Sentinels in the X-Men universe. It's hard for me to vote against Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man so much, especially Homecoming. It's a great movie, but I am going to go with Days of Future Past.
Yeah. Well, sounds like it's going to be Days of Future Past.
Spider-Man's gonna have several more opportunities throughout this tournament.
Yeah,
so.
right.
This is not the last we're gonna see of Spider-Man in this tournament.
No.
So yeah.
Well, we're gonna continue the X-Men train with the original X-Men going up against Deadpool 2.
Deadpool 2. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. Mr. Barber, you'll be up first.
Another tough one. I really enjoy both of these movies. I think I enjoy the comedy more in Deadpool than I do in Deadpool 2 than I do enjoy X-Men. So I'll go with Deadpool 2. I love the back and forth between Ryan Reynolds and Josh Brolin. I think those 2 worked really well together. So I'll go Deadpool 2 on this one.
Yeah, and I think that I'm probably going to go Deadpool 2 as well, just because I kind of think that like the original X-Men handles some characters super well, like the Wolverine and Rogue and even Mystique, like and Professor X. But then you have Cyclops that's totally wasted. Jean isn't done all that well either. I don't think, and Storm. It's like, would you ever see it happen to a toad when it's struck by lightning, or never, like just like some of those like cheesy lines and stuff. Like Deadpool 2, yeah. Like I grew up reading both of these comics series, and just the way Deadpool is portrayed just kind of knocks it out of the park for me. Like it's so much like the comic books, and when they introduced the Cable character, also, like I thought that was really inspired, because like he's an essential character in like all of the Deadpool comic books, and then bringing in Zazie Beetz, she was great, and then even Peter, just like a random guy that's just kind of hanging out with them, like that's pretty funny, and so yeah, like there's some really good stuff. Like it's not a perfect movie, like I do think that it does have its flaws, but I'll still pick Deadpool 2 over the original X-Men. So. Cousin Ryan?
All right. Well, I think I'm going to have to go with Deadpool 2 as well. I love me some X-Men. I love me some Wolverine, but there are other characters I like to see in the X-Men world, especially back then, early. Give me Gambit. Give me, Give me someone else a little bit besides the core few that everyone knows from the cartoons and everything. Just mix it up a little bit. Gambit would have been fun. I don't know. Channing Tatum as Gambit would have been pretty cool too. So give me some of that. But Deadpool 2, I have the giant crush on Ryan Reynolds, so I will say that openly. He can do no wrong in my book. But the way they did Domino, the way they did the other characters for X-Force, like I loved it for what it was. And it's Brolin, man. I mean, come on, anything.
Brolin.
So
Brolin had a good year that year. It was that and Infinity War and I think he was in like even the Sicario sequel, which wasn't as good, but he's good in it. So yeah, like he had a strong year that year. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Moose, what do you think?
X-Men is fine. It's aged okay. It was kind of one of the first more like prominent Marvel movies that wasn't Blade, and the characters are fine. And obviously, from that we get, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine and, Patrick Stewart as Charles Xavier, which is probably the two best casting choices for those characters. Hands down. However, Deadpool 2 is awesome. I love Deadpool 2. I love that the X-Force was like 5 minutes and then they're all dead. Like just a total we got you there. Awesome. Like, nope, Terry Crews is going to be in this for 30 seconds. The Brad Pitt cameo as the Vanisher when he dies. The Peter shtick worked for me perfectly, and I was worried about it in the commercials. I was like, oh, they're going to flog this until it's dead. But Peter's in it for like 3 minutes, and then he dies. And it's like, Peter. But still, like, when he was there, it was funny because Dopinder was so angry that he got chosen. Because if you watch the extended edition, he's like, well, I have type 2 and type 3 diabetes. That was his superpower. Ryan Reynolds' response to that was, well, you got all the diabetes. Like, it's so funny. And the Deadpool movies are passion projects for Ryan Reynolds, and it shows in these characters. Zazie Beetz as Domino makes me weak in the knees. She's awesome. Josh Brolin as Cable, amazing. I love, too, that they make fun of like his version of Cable, and he's like, it's not like Cable from the comics. He's very short. Like, they make it a point to like even point out, like, we went with Brolin. Like, we're still gonna make fun of that. Deadpool 2 is solid, so it's got my vote. Yeah.
Well, Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, X-Men is one of the movies that it kicked off the X-Men franchise, obviously, but it also was this new age of comic book movies. It was right there at the beginning. But a lot of things, it holds up for the most part, but some things haven't aged as well, and and looking back now, it was a fault always with these black costumes, and nowadays they would probably go for it, but overall enjoyable movie. Deadpool 2 though for me is one, it's not only a fun movie, but it is a good movie, and you can see that that passion that they put into that Ryan Reynolds puts into that character, and it just comes through. So Deadpool 2 for me.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, Austin?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as everybody else. I think the first half of the X-Men movie is way better than the back half of the X-Men movie. I like a lot of the stuff in the first half when it's like Wolverine and the little bar cage matches, and Patrick Stewart and them like doing stuff with going back and forth with Magneto about the political stuff. Like all that stuff is way better than stuff in the back half, which gets kind of a mess. But it's still an okay movie. Deadpool 2's. It's all right too. I think both these movies are kind of aging poorly on rewatches and then not holding up as well as some other comic book movies just overall. But I'll still go with Deadpool 2.
Yeah, it sounds like Deadpool 2 it is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep.
All right. Awesome. And moving on, we got the Amazing Spider-Man going up against Ant-Man. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
All right, and Jordan, you're up first.
This was kind of interesting for me because I actually really like the Amazing Spider-Man, like the first one, and I really dig Andrew Garfield as a character. I wish they would have had more of a chance to be Spider-Man / Peter Parker, because I think he did a really good job. And some of the stuff kind of makes me laugh when he's acting super neurotic and kind of stumbling over his own words and kind of doesn't know what to say. But like that's kind of, I mean, a little bit how it is in the comic books. Not totally. I think he kind of takes it a little further. But also Ant-Man is a lot of fun too. I mean, so I've seen Paul Rudd portray that character. You got Michael Douglas in there. Like it's a good time. So I mean, this one's tough for me, but probably just because I'm a little bit more of a Spider-Man guy, I'll go with Amazing Spider-Man. And also forgetting the name of the guy who plays the police chief, if anyone knows that. Like he was really
Dennis
solid
Leary.
too. Dennis Leary. He was solid in there too. So shout out Dennis Leary. So I'll go with Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah. Ryan.
All right, this one is really hard for me because Ant-Man is such a great movie. I love everything they did. Paul Rudd, probably my favorite. How they had an older Hank Pym and moved on. They didn't force Hank Pym as the main character story for Ant-Man. I loved that, but The Amazing Spider-Man gave me what I wanted. They gave me Gwen Stacy. They gave me Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man. That for me sold. Kind of like what Jordan said. It felt more to me as the comic books, kind of what I was looking for in the Spider-Man. I loved the first, trilogy, but The Amazing Spider-Man for me was it. It was how I envisioned Peter Parker and Spider-Man from the comics, and then Gwen Stacy, which you cast those two together, Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone, right? They were impeccable together, and I thought it flowed well. Such chemistry. So The Amazing Spider-Man for me.
Yeah, sounds good.
Moose.
Moose.
Yeah, the Amazing Spider-Man is fine. But let me tell you what the Amazing Spider-Man doesn't have that Ant-Man does. Ant-Man has Michael Pena as Luis. And that is by far the best part of both of the Ant-Man movies is his character. I love Paul Rudd as Scott Lang. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it's Michael Douglas. You've got some great casting in here. Even Corey Stoll as Yellow Jacket, throwaway villain, but still, he was fine in the role. But Michael Pena as Luis, when he gets to telling his stories, I could seriously watch that over and over and over and be entertained every single freaking time. Mm-hmm. I want Luis to be some sort of a superhero in the MCU, please. Hey,
the other cousin.
Really Christ. So Ant-Man has my vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds good. Gerald.
Yeah, Amazing Spider-Man. Andrew Garfield is so much better than what this movie is. I just don't think everything adds up, to just a mediocre movie. He's great, but the rest of it just doesn't come together. Whereas on the other hand, Ant-Man, I think it hits on more areas. Like Moose said, falters when it comes to the villain, but there's still so much to enjoy about it. So I'm gonna go with Ant-Man.
Yeah, sounds good. Austin?
I'm kind of more in line with Ryan on this one. I'm a big fan of The Amazing Spider-Man. I really like Andrew Garfield. I was very high on him coming off of Social Network. I just thought he was great, and he was really good casting. I think there's just some great sequences in there. Yeah, the Lizard is a forgettable villain, but but like you said, Yellow Jacket and Ant-Man is a forgettable villain too, so who cares? They're both forgettable. But it has one of my favorite just Spider-Man moments when all the cranes kind of line up and to get him, across the city. Like, I thought that was awesome. Like, I thought it's just a great moment. And like I said, I'm a big Dennis Leary fan too. So him as Captain Stacy was a lot of fun too. So but just by a little bit, I'll go Amazing Spider-Man on this one.
Yeah, sounds good. Jacob, what do you think?
Where are the votes at?
It's 3-2 right now for Spider-Man.
Yeah. 3-2, so you could force a tie potentially.
Ooh, let's do that. I'm gonna force a tie. I'm gonna go with Ant-Man.
All right. So now I need to explain how the tiebreaker works. So since Jacob has forced it, how it works is we just have one tiebreaker vote, and the tiebreaker vote rotates up the ladder every time we get to a tie. So literally, we will start. So cousin Ryan, you will get the first tie. You get the first and only tiebreaker vote for this round. And let me explain how the tiebreaker vote works. You can stick with your original one, or you can flip it at the last second. You can flip your vote to the other one.
Yep.
You have all the power, so it's all on you. But how it works is you'll have this one. The next time we have a tie, the tiebreaker vote will go to Moose, and it'll work its way up the ladder, and I'll keep track. So it could be random at any time. You know how it works. So, Cousin Ryan, you have all the power, sir. What are you going to put through? You gonna stick with Spider-Man, or are you going to flip it?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick.
He's
with
gonna
Spider-Man.
go with his crush, Emma Stone. Come on.
I'm gonna tell you, you said it. If it wasn't for that part with Luis, he carried both those parts of that movie. One of probably the best parts to watch.
Yeah.
Spider-Man didn't need that. So you give me a Korg Luis movie, then we're talking.
All right.
Let me get Feige on the phone, and we'll make that happen.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Right.
All right. There we go.
Really? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure
Sliding on
he'll
down.
be back for the Ant-Man Quantum Mania, whatever that is. So yeah. But up next, though, we got Doctor Strange going up against Suicide Squad.
Okay.
First DC.
All right.
Yeah.
And
This is the first.
And Ryan, we're going right back to you because it's back to the bottom. So.
Back to me.
first.
Awesome.
Mhm.
All right. Well, Doctor Strange for me. Benedict Cumberbatch was amazing as Strange. In my opinion, I thought they couldn't have picked anyone better. And the whole premise of the movie, the origin story, how they told it, was so great. Suicide Squad, I wanted to like it so much. I really did. Jared Leto as the Joker wasn't my favorite. I could have done without, not even remotely. He couldn't have been in it. Or give me some Batman, some more of that. I mean, even more references to it. But I think the only saving grace to that movie for me, and I might be one of just those fanboys, was Harley Quinn. Margot Robbie crushed it. But Doctor Strange had everything it needed. So Doctor Strange for me.
Yeah. Moose, what do you think?
So of these two, I think the only redeeming quality of Suicide Squad was Jai Courtney's Captain Boomerang, who they killed, spoiler alert, in the first 4 minutes of the second movie.
Immediately.
But yes, but I'll have my gripe about that later. I love Doctor Strange. When I was a kid, I used to read hand-me-down comics from my father that were Doctor Strange comic books. I agree with my cousin Ryan here, with everybody's cousin Ryan here, that Benedict Cumberbatch is a great choice for Doctor Strange. I know there was some talk about Joaquin Phoenix, but I feel like that would have been too weird for Doctor Strange in an already weird character.
Right.
So I did Doctor Strange.
But without that, if he had done that, we probably wouldn't have gotten the Joker movie that we got, which I really like. So, who knows? So, yeah.
Agreed wholeheartedly, Pez. So Doctor Strange is going to get my take on this, and I loved this movie. I love Scott Derrickson's take on this. Again, a hard story to tell because you're dealing with magic and interdimensional travel and multiverse and that kind of stuff. And we haven't even, in this movie, didn't even touch on what the next Doctor Strange madness is going to be. But it did start to introduce it. And that's a hard thing to do. And I thought it was told very well. And the visuals of this movie are outstanding. So Doctor Strange gets my vote. Go to hell, Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Yep.
And my sister Renee Price in the chat is right. I do have a man crush on Benedict Cumberbatch.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Gerald.
Doctor Strange is an awesome movie. I love Doctor Strange. I liked it so much more than I thought I was going to. I knew I was going to like it, but it's up there towards the top for me for MCU movies. Suicide Squad. What a mess this movie is. Jared Leto's Joker isn't even the worst part of the movie, and that's saying a lot. From the terrible villains to the terrible editing in this movie, it's definitely Doctor Strange for me.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm Austin. What do you think?
Well, I guess I've decided I'll be the weirdo on this panel tonight. I'm voting for Suicide Squad because I think that movie is a mess, but I think it's a super fun mess, and I had super rewatchable mess. And I've gone back and watched this movie a lot. I think there's a really good movie in there somewhere before it got put through the music video grinder that movie got put through by the studios. So I would have loved to see the original one based on that first trailer that came out a year before it came out, kind of the tone of that one. But I haven't gone back to Doctor Strange since I saw it in the theater. I just haven't had an inclination. I will before the sequel. but I just haven't had the inclination. I've gone back to Suicide Squad a lot. I'm kind of fascinated by that movie. But then again, as Moose kind of figured out a lot of our bad movies, I'm fascinated by kind of weird, wonky, bad movies. So I have like a fascination with them. Like I find them interesting. So I find Suicide Squad more interesting and a more interesting watch. So I'm going Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Well, I'm going with Doctor Strange because it's not Suicide Squad.
Might be the most logical reason of the night right there.
Yep.
How dare you?
Yeah. Well, I'll go with Doctor Strange also. Like the Suicide Squad, I pretty much hated every single character in there except two characters, and that's Harley Quinn and Captain Boomerang. Besides those two characters, it's like forget about it. Like I just don't really care. And there's some of those characters that just annoy the hell out of me. They're just So and Doctor Strange, is a lot of fun. Like it's a really cool character. I think that Benedict Cumberbatch, he's perfect casting. It's fun seeing Benedict Wong kind of as like his like friend, kind of colleague, kind of guy in there. And then I'm excited to see Rachel McAdams back in the next one because I'm a big Rachel McAdams fan. So hopefully they find a little more for her to do with her character. But yeah, and it was fun all the way around. Like I really liked Chiwetel Ejiofor as Baron Mordo in it. So yeah, I am going to go with Doctor Strange. So and then Doctor Strange it is. So moving on. Yeah. So, up next we have Superman 2 going up against The Dark Knight Rises. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right, so, Moose, you're first.
Moose first.
Yeah.
I will defend The Dark Knight Rises. I recently have been rewatching all of the Batman movies, and we just literally 2 or 3 days ago watched The Dark Knight Rises, and I think it's solid. I understand some of the complaints about it, and yeah, The Dark Knight is one of those movies that transcends the comic book genre, right? It's so good. The Dark Knight Rises is a solid follow-up, and I know everybody's got a great, Bane voice impression, and I will ask everyone, if you vote for The Dark Knight, you need to do your Dark Knight Rises impression. My friend Larry Wright can literally do him spot on. He's like, Harvey Dent is a false idol.
Yeah.
I have gone back and started to rewatch the Superman movies too, just to kind of balance myself out on those two. And I understand the importance for what they were at the time. I never got into these when I was a kid, and it just makes it difficult for me to get into it as an adult. Whereas The Dark Knight Rises, I saw every one of these multiple times in theater. So I'm voting for The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, sounds good. Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, I had the same problem as Moosey. I just could never, get into the Superman movies as much as I wanted to. I enjoy them. I just don't love them as much as I feel like people do, and it's deserved love. They're great movies. The Dark Knight Rises was a disappointing follow-up to The Dark Knight, but it's still a really good movie. A lot of great performances. So yeah, I'm gonna go with The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, sounds
you need
good.
to do your Bane impression.
Oh yeah, yep.
All right, I'll try. I was born in the darkness.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go. Yep. Well, Austin?
Theatricality and deception, powerful tools to the uninitiated, but we are initiated out with Bruce, members of the League of Shadows. Now, I'll tell you real quick. The key to doing a Bane impression is to sound out of breath after every sentence. So you go, do you feel in charge? And take a big breath afterwards. Be like, well, perhaps he's wondering why someone would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane.
Yeah.
You kind of have to, what it almost sounds like, I'm Ron Burgundy, a little bit. I could do Bane all day. I love Bane. I love Tom Hardy's Bane. I love The Dark Knight Rises. Superman 2, the Superman movies are fun for what they are. Superman 2 is probably one of the better ones. But I didn't really grow up with him either. I kind of came to him later, so I just don't have the connection either, kind of like Moose. So, Dark Knight Rises for me.
Yeah, sounds good. Jacob?
I'm going to vote for Superman 2 because I have a terrible Bane impression that I don't want to
do. I'll do one for you, Jacob. It would be extremely painful for you.
All right, switch my vote. I've switched my vote now. Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah. Yes.
Are you actually switching your vote, or are you just kidding?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I do not want to. I just have a terrible impression that I don't want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that was going to be one of the requirements. So
right.
Wasn't prepared.
Well, I think that I'm actually going to vote for Superman 2, but I'll still give it an attempt at an impression. It's probably going to be terrible, but so you came to die with your city, Bruce. Yeah. Not a great impression, but it's an impression. But
speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Yeah, right. But I want to go for
this is gonna be like Vice Squad. Every round, I'm just gonna do a Bane quote.
Please keep it going.
There you go. Yeah. But Superman 2, I want to show some love to it, just because out of all the Superman movies, this is my favorite one. So if we're gonna have any Superman movie potentially advance, it's probably not going to, but if I'm going to show some love to anyone, it's going to be Superman 2. Like, I just really like what they did with General Zod, like Terrence Stamp. Like, for the time, it actually worked super well for me. And then when they show it in the Fortress of Solitude, like all of that stuff, I really, really like that. And like compared to any other Superman movie, I think this one did leaps and bounds better than all the rest. So I'm going to vote Superman 2. So, but Cousin Ryan, what do you think?
So I'm glad I don't have to do a Bane impression because I love Batman. Batman's a great character for the DC world. But how they did Bane, in my opinion, was dirty. I wasn't a fan of it. I'm more of a give me a Venom Bane. Give me the comic book Bane. You know, granted, hey, they broke Batman's back, so they kept true to parts of the comic book. You know, I was really happy about that, obviously. But the impression was stupid. Tom Hardy could have done way better. Didn't need to be like that. But I agree with Jordan too. Superman 2, it was lost. People didn't watch it, obviously. I went back and marathoned all these Superman movies, and it held up. And it gave me Zod. It gave me one of my favorite characters to watch. So Superman 2. I know it's not going to go, but you got to show love where you got to show love.
Yeah.
Right. All right.
He'll come
for the girl. Superman.
Yeah. The Dark Knight Rises. Yeah. But next, we have Amazing Spider-Man 2 going up against Batman. This might be a little one-sided, but
Gerald,
yeah.
I think this one's pretty easy for me. Again, I hate voting against Spider-Man. I love the character, but this was just a bad movie. There's aspects of it to like. With the conclusion of the movie with Gwen Stacy's death, and again, Andrew Garfield does a great performance. But the original Batman, it's I don't think the Amazing Spider-Man comes close to that. So I'm gonna go with Batman.
That sounds good. From Austin.
Amazing Spider-Man 2. You have my permission to die.
Come back to die.
Well, Spider-Man, peace has cost you your strength. Victory has defeated you. On a serious note, I adore Batman 89. It might still legit be my favorite Batman movie. Just it has a special place in my heart. I watched that movie over and over again on VHS when I was younger. I just love it so much. I think it's ridiculously entertaining. Best Batmobile, best Batman score, best a lot of things. So yeah, Batman 89 by a pretty big margin. I appreciate some stuff about Spider-Man 2. I still like Garfield, but yeah, Batman 89 pretty easily for me.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Batman as well. I don't dislike the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but I think it's disappointing at times, whereas Batman is enjoyable from start to finish. So Batman.
Yeah. Batman 1989 is awesome. Like, I love this movie. I mean, I don't think that Jack Nicholson's Joker is like exactly what I wanted from a comic book standpoint, but like as far as his performance was great. Like, it was a top-notch Jack Nicholson performance, and Michael Keaton, he's great too. I love the whole vibe of it too. It's awesome. This is probably one of the Batman movies that I returned to the most, and so and Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man 2, I should say, like, it's just not good. Like, it just suffers from having way too many villains that are just really convoluted and like all over the place. I do like that in No Way Home they make a little reference to like how he still has to fight against this Russian guy in like a robot suit or something. That's the reference to the Rhino. But I mean, yeah, this movie's just bad, like from start to finish. So I gotta go Batman. So.
Well, for me, like you said, Jordan, the Russian Paul Giamatti is the Rhino. I was so excited. I wanted so much more of that to hopefully redeem things. But I agree. Amazing Spider-Man 2, it was a mess. Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy was perfect. What I wanted. It kept true to that part at least, but the characters, the villains, left much to be wanted for that. And with Batman, it's Tim Burton. I mean, come on. It's Tim Burton and it's Michael Keaton as Batman. Are you kidding me? I'm sold. I'm there all day. I just marathoned all these again, and the Tim Burton Batman world for me stood up. I think what I thought Batman was as a kid, so I loved it. So Batman.
And of course, Malcolm. Of course, you like the portrayal of Paul Giamatti as a Rhino. He's hot take.
Heck
Malcolm,
yes.
So yeah.
Oh, Malcolm, with your hot takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's a hot take. Paul Giamatti was great.
I don't know.
So I'm going to give you guys a quote from each movie, and then you tell me which is better. I am the Rhino. You ever danced in the devil with the pale moonlight? Or you ever danced with the devil under the pale moonlight? That's so great.
Yeah.
Batman 89 is amazing. Paul Giamatti as the Rhino is awful. Sorry, Malcolm. That's just he's terrible. It's terrible.
Wrong.
It's
wrong.
Maybe if he had more of a prominent role than like 4 lines in the movie. It's awful. There are redeeming qualities of Spider-Man 2. I will agree with all of you on that. There are some fun things to be enjoyed with Spider-Man 2. Mostly just Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone. But Batman 89 is Batman 89. There's a reason why it's coined as Batman 89. It's because this movie stands atop the Batman movies. This is my favorite of the Batman movies. This movie deserves to move on.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Gerald, what do you think?
Nope, he went first.
Okay.
Gerald. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a run
Right,
for Michael
Batman
Keaton.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. So up next we got the Wolverine, the one where he's in Japan, going up against the original Deadpool. All right.
All right.
Austin, I guess.
All right. I'll start by saying I'm here to fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny.
Yeah. Austin, please, all night. Please, every single one.
All night. Every single one I will. I think,
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think I'll run out of quotes because it's only like about 13 minutes worth of quotes in that movie.
Start making them up, yeah.
So I'll make it quick instead. The Wolverine is okay, but they did almost the same storyline better in Logan, so I'll go Deadpool. The whole like, oh, I'm losing my powers, I can't heal. Like it's almost the same thing in Logan, just done better. So I'll vote for Deadpool.
Jacob?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for easily the more rewatchable movie, and that's Deadpool. So
Yeah.
keep it short and sweet.
Yeah. This one's pretty tough for me because I actually really, really like the Wolverine. Like, why am I be like in the minority to say that I borderline almost love this movie? I mean, the ending kind of falls apart. Like, it's bad, but beyond that though, like I grew up reading this exact comic book where he goes to Japan to find Yuki and like all of that stuff where he wants to become more human, and he actually kind of does for a little bit. And like I think it's really cool seeing him fight like a bunch of like martial arts dudes, and like the battle on top of the train's a lot of fun too, on the bullet train. So I mean, there's a lot to love, but I think if it was going up against a few other movies, I'd probably vote for it. But like Deadpool is freaking awesome. Like I actually like Deadpool 1 slightly more than the second one, but it's a pretty close call though. And Ryan Reynolds, like we already talked about it, he nailed that part. Just so many great lines, and like even like from the opening credits too. Like I some of the best opening credits to a movie, and yeah, like it's just great from beginning to end. It even has a love story in it too. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Deadpool just by a small margin. So, but cousin Ryan.
I'm total opposites. Large margin for me. It's Deadpool. Wolverine. I wanted to like it so bad. It's Wolverine, but it wasn't like the rest. It was almost as bad as the ending of Origins. But Deadpool. I mean, outside of me having my obsession with Ryan Reynolds, you have some of the greatest cast backing him up. T.J. Miller, Raina Bacarian, and all of them. Moose, say my name.
Yeah.
Francis.
But yes, Deadpool, hands down for me.
Yeah.
And see, that cat in the chat, I made her watch all of the Batmans with me. That's the only reason she's agreeing with the Batman stuff.
Okay.
We watched all of them.
Nice. Moose, what do you think?
So I do have to agree with my sister that Hugh Jackman's abs probably definitely went out on most of these movies.
Yeah.
But I also agree with you, Jordan. If the Wolverine was going up against any other movie, I think I might put the Wolverine through. I enjoy this movie more than most. It does fall apart in the final act of the movie, especially with the Silver Samurai and the weird mechanized suit for him. If they would have just simply made him a samurai that maybe would have inherited the healing abilities, I think it would have probably been like an amazing, solid movie. But I love Deadpool. It's so good. And yes, the first Deadpool movie I took my wife to on Valentine's Day because it was quote unquote a romantic comedy. I will vote for Deadpool.
Perfect date movie.
I will absolutely agree that The Wolverine is a solid movie. Change the last 30 minutes of that movie, and that movie is outstanding.
Yep, I totally agree with you, Moose. My first day with my ex-wife, I asked her what she wanted to do for a Valentine's Day date, and she said Deadpool too. That was our first date, and so I was like, "Yep, this is the right girl for me." Yep. So she's smart. So, but Gerald.
Yeah, I also really enjoy the Wolverine for the majority of it. But Deadpool was just a long time coming for such a great, faithful adaptation to this character. It's just such a good movie. So Deadpool for me as well.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
I went first.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I voted for Deadpool. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's going to be Deadpool.
Deadpool it is. All right. So up next, we got Batman Forever going up against Spider-Man 3. Ooh. All right. We'll see where this goes. So,
yeah.
Jacob, you're up first. So, you're going to go with.
This one's tough. Not like the other one. Not because of the same reasons the other ones have been tough.
Yeah. Right. For a totally different reason.
I think I'll just go with the one that I have more fun watching, and that's because of Jim Carrey. So I'll go with Batman Forever. I love Jim Carrey in that movie. I think he's great. So let's go with Batman Forever.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the randomizer, where movies that could be considered bad or not so great are going to advance because you get matchups like this, and one of these two is going to be in round 2. So, but yeah, I think I'm on the same page as you, Jacob. Like, I'll vote for Batman Forever because I freaking love Jim Carrey in that movie, and actually really like how he portrayed the Riddler in it. I was to find pictures of my Halloween costume, but I did a full Riddler costume with a little question mark staff that actually lit up and all that stuff. So that was fun. But there are some kind of wonky things like Tommy Lee Jones. Like I don't know if he even knows what movie that he's in. Like he thinks he's in a totally different movie. Like he just kind of really weird in this movie. But do like that they introduced Robin. I mean, even though they may not be the exact Robin we all want to see, that like he was at least solid. And yeah, like I think that it was fun to kind of see the like tone switch up just a little bit to like have some more colors, have it not be as dark. So yeah, I'll vote Batman.
Just a few colors, just a few
right.
Schumacher colors in that movie. Just a couple of neon lights, and
but
just a few things.
But Spider-Man 3, I do like that they have the black suit, and I did kind of like the Sandman. Other than that, I did not care for that movie. So, but cousin Ryan.
So I'm gonna have to go with Spider-Man 3 on this one. Batman Forever. I did not like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I thought it was a little over the top for what I thought the Riddler. Well, especially from being a comic book fan.
Interesting. You're a Carrey lover too.
I know, right? But also Tommy Lee Jones. I agree. I don't think he knew what he was doing. They didn't really pair well, and it's Schumacher. I mean, I wish they would have stayed more true to what Tim Burton did to those movies, but it strayed way too far. And don't get me wrong, Spider-Man 3, yeah, we got an emo Peter Parker and whatever Topher Grace's Venom left more to be wanted as well. But of the two, Spider-Man 3 I thought was a lot more entertaining. Batman Forever, it was hard. I had to force myself to finish it again just to say that I did it, and it was bad. Bad.
Yep. yeah. Sounds good. Moose, what do you think?
The only thing that Spider-Man 3 gave us is Thomas Hayden Church returning in No Way Home as the Sandman. That's the only good thing that movie has given us, is his future appearance as Sandman. Not the one in the movie, but the future appearance as Sandman. These are both terrible movies, but I'm going to give it to Batman Forever because I saw this movie in theaters with my brother and my sister, and yeah, I just rewatched this movie last week, and sure, it's old, and yeah, it's Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey. I had read that the two of these guys hated each other behind the scenes, and it actually kind of like you can kind of get a little bit of that on screen, and so I'm gonna go with Austin's.
Because Tommy Lee Jones told Jim Carrey, "I cannot sanction your buffoonery," and yet he's more buffoonish than Riddler in that damn movie. Yeah, like he's hopping around more than he is and acting like an idiot more than Carrey. So, I don't know what he's trying. He's like trying to out Carrey. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
and it makes for a weird fun. So Batman Forever is going to get my vote.
Weird, bizarro fun. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Gerald.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for Batman Forever. It's a goofy movie, but I'm simply voting for it because it just doesn't frustrate me as much as Spider-Man 3 did. It was a disappointing movie for me in so many ways, from the forced inclusion of Venom and the retcon with Sandman and Uncle Ben and just so many other aspects of it, which is sort of spite. So I'm gonna go with Batman Forever, just out of spite. Spider-Man
3. Yeah, we always have a good spite vote in tournament fights. So yeah, absolutely. So, Austin, what do you think?
Batman Forever is an interesting movie because you go back to it. And like all the bad stuff you would see in Batman and Robin is in Batman Forever also. It's just cranked up to 11 in Batman and Robin. Like all that stuff is in Batman Forever. Like the bad puns, like over the top acting, cheesy plot lines, but it's not as overstuffed as Batman and Robin is. It's not too like that movie's trying to do 8,000 things too, kind of like Spider-Man 3. So as much as I like Tobey Maguire, and I will vote for him in future movies, I'm sure coming up soon. Batman Forever is still another fascinating watch, and it wasn't boring. Because I rewatched it again last week too. I've been doing the same thing as movies. I've been watching Batman movies like the last week or two. So yeah, it's not boring. So I'll say it's Batman. I'll go Batman Forever.
All right. Well.
Oh, and I failed to mention. So I had to get up to pee really quick, and I had to go mobile.
Right.
Got it. I got it in.
Yep.
Yes.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. I guess we're not afraid of the big black bat.
That's a real quote from Bane in that movie. He says it's time to go mobile.
Time to go mobile. Love it.
Yeah. But next, though, we got Captain America: Civil War going up against Zack Snyder's Justice League. All right.
All right. Jordan.
So I think this one's kind of tough, but I think though that I can pretty confidently vote for Civil War here, just because I do like Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I don't really think we needed 4 hours of a Zack Snyder cut. Like, it's way too long. Should have been a series, I think, instead of a movie. And also, like, how many shots are we going to?
It's a 6-chapter series.
Yeah, but
you didn't see that when you watched it.
But it's like all like cut together into one big like giant movie, and also it's like, how many shots do we need of the Justice League standing there all together? I mean, we get it in Civil War 2, but I mean, you get it way more in the Justice League. So many shots of them just standing together. Like, we got to show them again this epic shot of them all standing there. Like it just kind of was too much. But besides that, though, I don't really have anything really that negative to really say about the Justice League. I actually really do like it a lot. But Civil War, Marvel Civil War is my favorite comic book series of all time. Like, that is my favorite, and I've read that series from top to bottom. I've read all the spin-offs. I've read all the side comics, all of that stuff, and I think they just did an amazing job. And just seeing the two different sides portrayed, seeing that big fight near the end with Tony Stark and Cap and Bucky, it is really good. Then you have the airport scene. Of course, everyone talks about that. Like, there's just so much to love in this movie. There's a lot to love in the Justice League also, but I just like Civil War just a little more. So I'm gonna go Civil War. But cousin Ryan?
Oh, hands down, Civil War. Zack Snyder's Justice League, it was just DC's attempt to try to put out another movie to match what Marvel was putting out, with Zack Snyder's feel to it. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it was better than what the original was. 4 hours is a little too long, but Civil War, it brought them all together. Brought all the big characters, started the fighting, big points into the whole Marvel world that led on to other bigger things later. So it's a very pivotal movie, in my opinion. And what, Black Panther? I mean, come on, we finally got that. We led up to that, and the battle between Cap and Stark towards the end of that movie, it's probably one of my favorite fights between the two of them. Haas and I think, Moose, we have a picture from your wedding where we're doing something similar, that pose. So
That's right. Nice.
So it's Civil War for me.
Yeah. Well, Moose, what do you think?
Okay, so Justice League, half directed by Joss Whedon, was bad. And then they allowed Zack Snyder to finish what would have been his idea of the Justice League, which clocked in at 4 hours, which was mostly filled with indie artists covering Bob Dylan songs while everyone just simply posed and moved slow. Okay, the dark side stuff, cool. The last scene of the movie where it's like post-apocalyptic, cool. But that's it. The rest of it was so freaking boring. Captain America Civil War. My favorite comic book as well, Jordan, is the Marvel Civil War.
Yes, so good.
I've used this term before, and I will say it again. Of the Marvel movies, this might have been the hardest to pull off in the movies. And what did they do? They pulled it off in spades, but then on top of that, they introduced Spider-Man into the MCU and the Black freaking Panther into the MCU. And then what is now the coolest villain ever, Baron Zemo, right? This movie is, if not one of the top 3 best Marvel movies, it is just simply one of my favorite movies of all time because this is just so hard to pull off, and they did it so well. And yeah, you see both sides of the argument in this fight, right? And you go, oh, well, you know, Cap's got the Scarlet Witch, and then Stark pulls out his roster, and you're like, oh shit, he's got the Vision, he's got Rhodey, like, oh geez, this is no contest. And then Ant-Man becomes Giant Man. All happens in this movie. This movie rocks. Yeah. Screw you, indie Bob Dylan songs. Captain America Civil War all the way.
Yep.
It's a shame.
Sounds good. Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, there's not too much more I can say about Civil War, but it is such a great movie. Capping off one of the best trilogy of movies in the MCU. I really like Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was a big improvement for me over Joss Whedon's Justice League, but I don't think it touches Civil War here, so I'm going to go with Civil War.
Yeah, and also I will point out that it is still a Captain America movie. It's Captain America Civil War. They bring all the characters together, but it is a Captain America movie. You can tell that. So, but. Austin, I know you're a big fan of Zack Snyder's Justice League, so what do you think?
Well, in this case, I am necessary evil. So, look, I'm voting for Zack Snyder's Justice League here. I think it's a damn masterpiece of a movie, and I don't understand the 4-hour argument when we're about to get a 3-hour Batman that people are going to sit down and are excited for. When people will sit down and watch 8 hours of boring ass WandaVision straight through, and then complain about 4 hours of a beautiful Justice League movie that actually has great characters and expands on awesome things and gets everybody something to do. Every scene of that movie has beautiful cinematography and a great shots, as opposed to Civil War, which has the blandest grays and non-cinematography you've ever seen. Sorry, but that movie looks ugly. And look, it's an entertaining movie. I think it's a fun little watch, but I don't think it holds up as well in rewatches as some people make it out to be. I mean, it's going to be like a battleground match here, but I'm arguing for Justice League. But yeah, like I think Justice League is a damn fine movie, and some of those arguments I never understand. So I'll go with Justice League on this one. I think it gets better every time I watch it.
Your argument, Pez, is the color schemes. Look at the 2 posters.
Yeah.
You got Black Suit Batman or Black Suit Superman.
Yeah, Black Suit Batman's awesome.
Is cool.
Yeah.
Is cool, but come on now. The color schemes is what throws you off between the two?
No, I'm just saying, like, people, like, you know, I'm just saying it's one of the arguments. One of the reasons I go back to Justice League is because it's a beautiful movie. Go watch the scene where they're fighting Darkseid the first time with Zeus and all those guys. Like, it's gorgeous. And you watch the airport fight and it's like the blandest shit you ever seen. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's one of my arguments. And then that movie's, you talk about overstuffed. There's 18,000 characters in Civil War. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that argument I've heard. That's all. Like, I'm a defender of Justice League. I just think it's a better movie than Civil War. Like, I think it's time's going to tell on that one. So
You mean the 7 or 8 scenes where they're all standing in a row, where they have to like show them epically standing there over and over and over again?
How many times? That happens like once in the movie, Jordan. You're completely exaggerating. That's like at the end of the movie.
Well,
how can they all be standing there when Superman's not in 3/4 of that movie? How can they all be standing there together?
For like how many times they freaking do that? There's probably more than 8.
I'm gonna vote for Civil War so we can end this.
Yeah, thank you.
Civil War. So, but I don't think that
I really love Justice League, though. I think it's great.
It's a bad movie, yeah. Like, it is a great movie. It's just, I mean, it's no Civil War according to this panel. So, but we got another one that's almost in a similar vein: Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, going up against Eternals.
If you guys vote for Eternals over BVS Dawn of Justice, I might leave the stream. Honestly, like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Ryan.
Ryan.
think your thing's unplugged.
You might be muted there, buddy.
You might be.
Oh, okay,
you're
yeah, I
unplugged
am.
and muted.
Yeah, here we
There
go.
you
Here we go.
Okay, there
So
you
you might be leaving Pez because it's hard for me. It's the toss up. Not a fan of either. I mean, Affleck is Batman. No, thank you. I just move along, please. Let's just exist. Like act like that didn't happen.
The worst of two bad movies.
It was, but don't get me wrong. The Eternals. They had the sleeping, the Celestial and Inside Earth or whatever. Like it had a decent storyline, but it just wasn't. I don't know. Wasn't what it could have been considering what the Eternals are. So for me, Batman versus Superman, only because of Henry Cavill, but that's it.
Yeah. Well, Moose, what do you think?
This is called a swing and a miss, and that's what both of these movies are. Although the Eternals is a much larger swing and a miss. Okay, you made Guardians of the Galaxy extremely cool and popular, and that is a very obscure Marvel property. And then Marvel reached even further back into obscurity and plucked the Eternals, and they were like, okay, Nomadland, which was the boringest movie ever, let's give that director a shot at a Marvel movie. And what did she do? She made the most boringest Marvel movie ever. I revisited this just a couple of days ago thinking, okay, maybe I got it wrong the first time. The humor doesn't hit, and for a Marvel movie, humor is critical. It just misses. It's not funny. There's one moment where I laughed out loud at the jokes. The rest of them, I just simply rolled my eyes. The characters are completely unrelatable. There are a lot of redeeming qualities of Batman versus Superman. And personally, hot take there, Cousin Ryan, I like Ben Affleck as Batman. I actually think he got a raw rub of it. He got a couple of bad movies in a row. Hey, you're not casting Batman, you're casting Bruce Wayne. Come on, Ben Affleck is Bruce Wayne in real life. So I actually was all for that. Obviously the big mistake, and everybody can admit the big mistake with Batman versus Superman is the Martha moment, right? And then that continued right there, stop the mid-battle and stop Batman from killing Superman. But it was the fight that everybody wanted to see. It was okay, yeah. You ruined the movie by calling it the Dawn of Justice. Just call it Batman versus Superman. When you say Dawn of Justice, you already know they're going to team up at the end. So my vote is going to go to Batman versus Superman because Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman is bomb.
Yep. Well, Gerald, what do you think?
That's an interesting one for me because I saw both of these movies way after they came out. So all the reviews I had read about them, and I going into both of these movies, I had very, very low expectations for them. And I was actually pleasantly surprised by both of them. I enjoyed both of them for what they are. I think Eternals was... it's definitely not the greatest MCU movie. It's definitely towards the bottom of the list, but I didn't think it was as bad as people had made it out to be. And I think the same thing with Batman versus Superman. There is a lot to like about this movie. I also really enjoy Ben Affleck as Batman. That scene with him running towards the destruction while everybody else is running away. Such a great scene. Such a great way to introduce him into this universe. So for me, I'm gonna go with Batman v Superman.
Yeah, sounds good. Austin, what do you think?
Oh, Batman v Superman by a Smallville country mile on this one, because I really enjoy. I love the extended cut of BVS. I think it's really good as well. I'm a Snyder guy. What can I say? Like, you probably figured that out by what happened now, but like I like all this stuff. I think what he does is really interesting. I think there's some really great stuff in that movie. Eternals, I just watched for the first time 2 days ago. I missed it in the theater. I'm glad I did because, boy, am I sure I would have fallen asleep in the theater because I fell asleep at home just watching it. Like after I'd woken up from 10 hours of sleep and tried to watch that movie and started falling asleep again. That movie is boring. The people in the movie look bored. It's just like there's just nothing going on. I got halfway through the movie and I still had like I felt like I've been watching it for 3 hours, and then I was like, oh my god, there's still an hour and a half left. Like, holy shit! Like this just does not move. That movie's just a snail's pace. Yeah, so this one's an easy BVS for me.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, this is the easiest vote of the night for me so far because Eternals is the one on the list that I haven't seen yet, and it helps that it's going up against a movie that I actually really enjoy. So, Batman versus Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, and I forgot. So you came back to die with your sitter.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm also a pretty big Zack Snyder fan. But the thing is though, like I'm a fan of Zack Snyder's visuals. I'm not a fan of his writing. I don't think he's a very good writer. I think but he does know how to do awesome visuals. Like this is a movie that you just watch on mute and just enjoy the visuals for what it is because it's really fun to look at and like some of the fight scenes actually look pretty cool and when Wonder Woman pops in, like that's fun too, and like Ben Affleck's back and forth with Alfred, I think that actually works, but yeah, Eternals, I actually watched it for the first time 2 days ago because it was one of 2 movies I hadn't seen, so I wanted to get the 2 movies watched, and yeah, this movie's boring. Like Austin gave me a good term to use, epic mediocrity. Like it's just like it's just a movie that's kind of there, that's just like not really that great. Like all the characters and the cast look bored out of their minds, especially Angelina Jolie. She looks like she's just bored and like half asleep. Like it's just like boring and not relatable. Like none of the characters you can relate to, and they do too much of the like mystical kind of like the stuff in space and like relating all of that. Like it just doesn't really like make a lot of sense. It makes some sense, but it's just not very interesting and just boring and dull. So yeah, and at least Batman and v Superman, you have Batman fighting Superman. So I mean, at least at the core, like that's cool to watch. I mean, it's not a good movie because I remember I went to go see Batman vs Superman in theaters. I went and saw it a second time because the first time that I saw it, I was like, man, I was so hyped for this movie. Like, was that really a bad movie? Like, I got to go see this again to see if I really like had that right, and I did. Like, it really wasn't that great, but it's better than Eternal. So Batman v Superman.
By the way, I call a huge bullshit on the theater system. You can't have a 3-hour BVS, but you can have this new Batman that literally is 3 hours as well. Bullshit. Bullshit. And that 30 minutes was essential to that movie being better than what it was. Like, bullshit. Like, that was
true. Can I do bullshit in the Bane voice?
Bullshit.
Yeah, right.
It was a big load of horse shit.
Yeah. Well,
you got that down.
Superman it is. Yeah.
My buddy Mark and I did Bane for a whole road trip one time for 3 hours, just back and forth, just talking. It's super fun.
Good stuff. Yeah. Next up, we have Logan going up against another X-Men Apocalypse. Yeah.
All right. Moose.
I almost don't want to say, is anyone going to vote for Apocalypse? Like, we could just put Logan through.
We can just put Logan through if you want to save some time.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Logan wins.
I mean, we can do that and save some. Yeah, hey, I will say the Quicksilver sequence, the Sweet Dream sequence is really good in X-Men Apocalypse. I watch that on YouTube. I watch on YouTube a lot, but other than that, that movie can stick it. Yeah.
Alexander Shipp as a young Storm is cool too, but that's it.
Yeah.
We can have
when
some time
Ivan
to talk
Ooze
about
is your main baddie in the X-Men Apocalypse movie, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we can have some time to talk about it in the second round because I will say Logan's my favorite movie of all time. It's my number 1 favorite movie, so I'm like happy to advance that. So yeah, but
real quick though, we almost skipped it. The powerful will be ripped from their jacketed nests and cast out into the world. Sorry, we couldn't move on. We couldn't move on. We had to wait.
Yeah, we'll still let Moose go first in the next one, but it'll be the
Yeah.
Dark Knight versus Superman the movie.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
all right,
All right,
Moose.
Moose.
I mean, I feel like I've already kind of spilled the beans with my feelings on the older Superman movies, so I will just say this. The Dark Knight is such a solid, amazing movie. Again, we just rewatched this the other day, and the performances are just as powerful in this movie. My only gripe about this is I like Katie Holmes more than Maggie Gyllenhaal, but I guess money is
Same.
money or contracts is contracts. But The Dark Knight is an amazing movie, and every time I see it, it stings just a little bit more that we lost Heath Ledger, shortly after this movie, because man, imagine the roles that dude could have been getting. And the performance that he gave in this was so good. It's just the deranged lunatic clown. But The Dark Knight is great. The Dark Knight is in my top 10 favorite movies of all time. Put it through.
Yep. Absolutely. Gerald?
Yeah, same here. I love The Dark Knight. It's definitely one of my favorite movies of all time as well. It is probably one of the top comic book movies of all time. I know, again, I'm reiterating this as well, but the Superman movies never really hit for me. Christopher Reeve is amazing and super likable in that role. But it's hard to beat The Dark Knight. So going with The Dark Knight.
Yeah. I'm Austin.
Yeah, we take Gotham from the corrupt and give it to you, the people.
Yep.
So, yeah. Having said that, yeah, Dark Knight is better than Superman the movie, but much love to Christopher Reeve. I think this movie's fun in an old school superhero kind of way. It's still fun to go back to. The John Williams score is great. But yeah, like it's Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of these movies is in my top 20 like ever, and the other one is Superman the movie. So it's easily The Dark Knight for me. It's gonna be a heavy favorite. I've mentioned this on like a normal tournament fights. Anytime The Godfather is included, it's like it deserves to go past the first round. Well, I think when you're talking superhero movies, The Dark Knight deserves to go past the first round.
Yeah.
So be a shame if it did.
It's essentially like the Godfather of superhero movies. I would agree. Yeah. But for me, it's The Dark Knight hands down. Like I do appreciate Superman for like some old school flair, because I have some really good memories with one of my cousins, my cousin Michael Duncan. He kind of turned me on to the Superman type of movies. He was a big fan and kind of got me into those. So I had fun watching them with him. But I mean, The Dark Knight just has some all-time performances, especially from Heath Ledger. And I'm in the same boat. I prefer Katie Holmes over Maggie Gyllenhaal Moose. So there's that. But I think this movie does Two-Face way, way better with Aaron Eckhart, and then also having Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon, like that's inspired. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to love here. I could go on forever. So, but I will say that in the camp that my favorite of this trilogy is actually Batman Begins, but the Dark Knight is like a close, like by a sliver of a hair, close second. So The Dark Knight for me.
Dark Knight for me, I think, resounding. Superman is like literally my least favorite, I think, comic book character. He's the most broken to me. They're all the characters. Kryptonite, whoop-de-doo. Don't get me wrong, this movie was good. It was long, but it was good. Marlon Brando, amazing. But Dark Knight Rises, Christian Bale is my Batman. So, or The Dark Knight, I mean. So yeah, Dark Knight for me.
Yeah. Well, Moose?
Oh, no, I went.
Yeah.
Oh, you were first. Okay.
Yeah, go for Dark Knight.
Dark Knight. Yep. Sounds good. Dark Knight it is. And up next, though, we got more Superman, Man of Steel, going up against Avengers Infinity War. Yeah. It could be tough, but Gerald, you're up first.
Gerald.
Yeah, I enjoy Man of Steel. It was, a kickoff to what could have been a really good universe of DC movies here. Great action. Henry Cavill is really good. But Avengers Infinity War, for me, it's definitely up there for probably top 2 for me of MCU movies. With everything that happens in that movie, it's the culmination of everything that's come before it, all of these characters together, and a brilliant villain who's pretty much the main character of the movie. It's just amazing. Infinity War for me.
Yeah, sounds good. And Austin, what do you think?
Well, to Henry Cavill, I say, you fight like a younger man. Nothing held back. Admirable, but misguided. Damn, I love Man of Steel, but like Infinity War is it might be my all-timer MCU movie. Like, I'm an Infinity War over Endgame guy, like, just me personally. Like, I just think that movie's awesome. Everything just kicks. Damn, this is tough because God damn it, I love Man of Steel. But hey, at least BVS made through, maybe by default, but still it made through. So at least I got something to ride on. So I'll say Infinity War on this one.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
I also love Man of Steel, and I love Infinity War as well. But I think just to show Man of Steel some love, because I think I know where this is going, I'll give Man of Steel my vote.
Yeah. This one's actually pretty tough for me because I remember my theater experience when I saw Avengers Infinity War. I mean, I don't feel the same way now, but at the time, like, I had a visceral reaction to the ending of this movie, and I thought it was a cop-out because all the characters, like, were obviously coming back, and some of them even had sequel movies coming out. I'm like, so they're going to kill him just to bring him back? I thought that was kind of stupid. Now I kind of understand why they kind of did it, so it makes a little more sense because I rewatched it a couple of times. But yeah. So the Man of Steel though is great. Like, it's probably the best Superman movie that we've had, and yeah, like, I love Michael Shannon as Zod too. Like he was perfect for that, and just the way Superman had to kill him at the end because he just would not stop, and so he had to kill him, and that's a big moment in the movie, and so, like, that's really good, but there are just some kind of weird things, like the whole thing with, like, Kevin Costner as his dad. I don't really understand why he didn't save him. He could have easily done it, so that was a little weird to me. So just a few kind of nitpicky things. They're just very nitpicky, but I don't really have so many nitpicks with Infinity War, so I'll go with Infinity War. So,
all right, get this man a shield. We're going to Infinity War. Like, that movie. I think Moose, we saw that. I saw it at least 3 or 4 times in a row on when it came out, and I know we saw it together in California. It was probably one of my favorite movies so far that Avengers did until Endgame, and then, the most recent one. But it was amazing. Great one-liners, great way to redeem Thor. I loved it. So Infinity War for me.
Yeah. Moose, what do you think?
So before I go into, like, my opinions on this, I'll tell my Infinity War story. My wife my amazing, wonderful wife has run, this weekend will be her 55th marathon, and we travel all over the world for her marathon.
Okay.
And the weekend that Avengers Infinity War came out, we were actually in Edinburgh. And I was like, well, we can't not see it the weekend it comes out. So we went to a movie theater in Edinburgh, and there is a scene that takes place in Edinburgh with the Vision and the Scarlet Witch. And the minute that Edinburgh popped up on the screen, there was 200 crazy Scotsmen on their feet cheering at the top of their lungs. It was seriously so freaking cool. Awesome. That being said, I absolutely hate the character of Superman. I do. Much like Cousin Ryan, I very much dislike Superman because his one weakness is a rock from another planet that is scarce to come by. Sorry. That's just my own tantrum right there. But I do enjoy Man of Steel quite a bit. Quite a bit. Not more than Avengers Infinity War, because it's Avengers Infinity War. And at the end, Thanos wins, and that's so freaking cool. That at this point, most of the villains in the MCU are killed off. And to have one succeed and on that level, and to take out that popularity of superhero in that, like, established him as one of the all-time baddies, maybe in movie history, right? So Avengers Infinity War by a mile on this one, but Man of Steel is a solid movie. It made me actually like the character of Superman, which is a tough thing for me to do because I've disliked that character my whole life.
Yeah. Well, sounds good. Sounds like Avengers Infinity War it is. And that may be the last on this side. Yep. It'll be the last on this side. Right.
Well, it's already looking to be a very long marathon episode, so that's okay. But it's a lot of, there's a lot to talk about here, so it's all right. So brace yourselves. If anybody needs to take a break at any point, we could take a 2-minute break and everybody can use the bathroom or whatever they got to do. That's fine. Just let us know. But that's cool.
Yeah.
But what we do, just to be fair, once we get past this bracket as well, we really speed it up on the middle rounds. We just plow right through it. So once we get all the pleasantries out of the way. So just to reassure everyone, we'll fly through it. All right.
Yeah, but we have Spider-Man 2 going up against Superman 4. The quest for the week.
All right, can we skip this one too?
Can we go to Spider-Man 2 on this one?
Yeah. Spider-Man 2. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
Fun bit of trivia. Who voices Nuclear Man in Spider-Man 4: The Quest for Peace?
Gene Hackman?
Anybody? It is Gene Hackman. Yes.
Yes.
They couldn't even let the guy voice himself in the movie.
Well, speaking of voices, I'll just say Gene Hackman. What a lovely, lovely voice.
That's my favorite tonight. Austin. Well done.
Yeah.
That was
I do want to say that I did watch Superman for the Quest for Peace for the first time this morning, and that movie was god awful. Probably the worst movie on this entire list. Like the worst special effects I've ever seen. You literally have things floating through the air on like strings and like really bad green screens. Oh man, like you go on about that.
Gotta love Canon Films, baby. Canon Films. Gotta love it.
So bad.
Oh,
One of the worst special effects I've ever seen in a movie. But anyways,
oh boy, there's no way home.
No Way Home going up against Batman Returns. So, all right. So who's up first now?
Me.
Okay.
Batman Returns it's a very strange movie. It's a very, very strange movie. And it's definitely the example of Tim Burton way more fascinated with the villains than Batman. Because that's like it's a Penguin Catwoman movie featuring Batman, and it's very weird. He's more fascinated with the dark carnival kind of stuff in that movie. So it's a strange watch, but as much as I had my trepidations about Tom Holland and the other rounds, like I thought No Way Home was great, and I thought it kind of brought it all together. It finally gave. Spider-Man, Jacob and I talked about this on our side show. Spider-Man needs to be miserable to be Spider-Man, and he's pretty miserable in this movie. So and he needs to go through some pain and some misery, and to be Spider-Man, that's just part of the character. And he finally kind of grew up in this movie, and I liked him a lot more, and I dug almost everything about it. So, Spider-Man pretty easily on this one.
Yeah. Well, Jacob, what do you think?
I love Batman Returns. I think it's a great movie. Of the original 4 Batman movies, this is actually my favorite.
Nice.
So, and there actually, it's like one of my favorite superhero movies, period. There are very few movies I would vote over it. No Way Home is one of them. I loved this movie. I saw it, twice opening weekend. I think it is fantastic. I think Willem Dafoe coming back was probably my favorite part of the movie. I thought he was fantastic. Like the emotion in this movie hits. Spoilers. Once Aunt May dies and it just gets dark, like I think that's when the movie just really amps it up to 10, and it just becomes an all-time great in my opinion. No Way Home, it gets my vote.
Yep, I was gonna say the exact same thing. Like the moment Aunt May dies, like it's just like where the movie really gets like really, really good from there on out, and like it really gets dark, and also to echo some of what Austin said, just to see a miserable Peter Parker, that's kind of what you need in a Spider-Man. So and just seeing all these Spider-Man from the past, Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire teaming up again, seeing all the villains come back, it's really, really cool stuff. And then you have Doctor Strange thrown in the mix, which I don't mind Doctor Strange compared to Iron Man. Like I kind of like him a little more. Like he kind of fits the tone and the vibe a little more for me personally. And also the moment where he has to make everybody forget about Peter Parker, I think it's like brilliant, because you go into the next movie and no one's gonna really know who he is. And so you have the classic Peter Parker Spider-Man from the movies, where he has to hide his identity and just kind of protect the people that he loves from afar, like from a distance. So he doesn't have very many people left that he's still connected with, but he has a couple. So yeah, and Batman Returns, it's really, really solid. It's probably my third favorite of the original. I'm actually a pretty big fan of Batman Forever that we already talked about. So I actually do like that movie quite a bit. But Batman Returns has some really cool imagery, especially with the Penguin. Just like when he has the black stuff coming out of his mouth, just is like pretty frightening for when I saw it at a pretty young age. And yeah, I thought that Danny DeVito as the Penguin was inspired casting, and even seeing Christopher Walken pop up, he's fun in it. Like just an overall cool vibe. But going up against Spider-Man No Way Home, I got to go with that. So I don't know, it could be my vote.
Right. Spider-Man No Way Home for me, hands down. That it had the redeeming of all the Spider-Man coming into, with the saving of Zendaya's character MJ, with Garfield, yeah, no, Garfield saving that, but also Tobey Maguire redeeming himself by not having, the Goblin die. But great movie. But don't get me wrong, Batman Forever Returns, one of my favorites. Danny DeVito as the Penguin. I loved the darkness of that movie. I loved how Tim Burton did that, and kind of, I mean, granted, yeah, he was in love with the villains, but he loved it and he went with it, and I thought he did great. But Spider-Man No Way Home hit everything I ever wanted for a Spider-Man movie. It brought them all back, redeemed everything. So No Way Home.
McDonald's didn't like the darkness of Batman Returns. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
There's a whole story about that.
Yeah. You think
Batman Returns is weird and twisted, and I dig it. I do. And of the Batman movies, this probably falls in top 3. I didn't know I needed Spider-Man No Way Home in my life, and then I got it, and I realized I needed that in my life. It is such a solid movie, and yes, Pez, you touched on it. Jordan, you did too. The character of Spider-Man is about struggle and sacrifice. It always has been. And Holland's character has not necessarily had that. He's had Stark technology. He's had Tony Stark. He's had Happy Hogan. He's had Aunt May. Then he loses all of that. And the other two Spider-Man, when they swing in after he's lost Aunt May, that whole scene hits so hard, and it's so well filmed and so well written and so well acted that I'm sorry, everyone on this video right now shed a tear. Come on, of course you did. It was so good, especially as they're relating. Yeah, we lost Uncle Ben, and they start sharing their own tragedies. And at the end, he is the Spider-Man that we've wanted in the MCU for a while. He's on his own. There's no Tony Stark. Nobody knows who he is. He literally lives in a crap apartment and probably is going to go paycheck to paycheck like the other Spider-Mans, right? Mm-hmm. And it just sets up a whole interesting new take on. We already had a cool, awesome, tech-savvy take with the Spider-Man in the MCU. Now we're getting kind of a more classic take on him. And, he's in a suit that he knitted himself. So it's going to be extremely fascinating to see how Spider-Man continues. But this movie was so good. And yes, the redeeming arcs for all of these guys. Otto Octavius, honestly, is probably one of my favorite arcs in the entire movie, because he wasn't necessarily a bad dude He just had the arms that were kind of controlling him. And then once he gained control of that, this movie nailed it. At the end, he probably was going to be a good dude. He always was. And so, yeah, Spider-Man Far From Home is a great Spider-Man movie. I love that they tied these guys together. This movie will probably go pretty far in this bracket. I assure you that. So this one has my vote.
Yep, absolutely. Gerald?
I'm just gonna go for it. No Way Home. Let's go.
Yeah. Just go for it. Sure. Yeah. So No Way Home it is. All right. Let's see. What we got next. We got Guardians of the Galaxy going up against Iron Man 3. Okay. So,
Jacob,
who's up first? Jacob. Okay.
Yeah. I'm probably a lot higher on Iron Man 3 than a lot of people. Everyone I've talked to, they're like, this is towards the bottom tier for them. I don't understand why. I think it's really solid. But Guardians of the Galaxy was such a surprise. Like, I didn't know about any of these characters. Like, I'm not a comic book guy. But I love the movies. So that's all I know about the characters is everything that I see on screen is what I know about them. And so, yeah, I knew nothing about this. I was like, well, is this going to work? Is it not? Is it going to be, cheesy? What's it going to be? And then I saw it, and I loved it. It was such a pleasant surprise. I could easily go back to this any day of the week and enjoy it just as much as I did the first time I watched it. So Guardians of the Galaxy gets my vote.
Yeah. Yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy, like, it's probably one of my favorite movies of the MCU. Like, it's just so good. Like, the humor hits hard. Like, the casting's done near perfectly. Like, it's just like they portrayed these characters really well in a fun way. To where I heard this movie was announced, I was just like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this. I don't know if it's gonna be very relatable, but it actually is, especially with Peter Quill's character. Even like you have some sweet moments with almost every single character, and then just like some funny humor, like great action, like it's just really fun. And then the soundtrack, I mean, one of the greatest like movie soundtracks of all time, so good. And for me, I'm actually not a huge Iron Man 3 fan. I mean, it's a solid Christmas movie. I like to call it that because it kind of takes place around Christmas, but like there's just some like things that just don't really make sense. But I hated what they did with the Mandarin. I thought that was freaking awful. Like he was not the Mandarin, and yeah, like I don't really understand what they're really even going for there. But and then also near the end of Iron Man 3, you have him destroy all the suits and like get rid of the little thing in his chest, the little arc reactor, and so like for all intents and purposes, he's no longer Iron Man. And he does it for Pepper Potts, but then the next movie he's right back to being Iron Man. Like the next time that we see him, and it's like well, what happened to all that? Like you're just gonna ignore what just happened there. So yeah, like I'm not a very big Iron Man 3 fan. It's probably my least favorite of the 3 Iron Man movies. So I got to go with Guardians of the Galaxy.
See what I mean?
Right?
Yep. But, yep.
Yeah. Hey, again, hardcore Iron Man fan. I love it. I love Iron Man, but this movie was just bad.
Yeah.
It killed me with the Mandarin. I was so sold. Ben Kingsley's so great, and then they did him dirty with making him that. So
Trevor Slattery.
But then again,
Trevor Slattery.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and it crushed my soul because I really wanted it to be the Mandarin. I wanted it to be all of that. Guardians of the Galaxy, you give me Andy from Parks and Rec as Star-Lord. Are you kidding me? I'm all over that. And like you guys said, the best soundtrack imaginable. Granted, a lot of these songs have been around forever, but people found them because of this movie, and they're everywhere. And you remember them. But such a great cast. Some of the biggest names playing in roles that they don't even show themselves. Rocket and then Groot. Are you kidding? Like, come on.
Yeah.
I am Groot. You get paid to do that. But Guardians, hands down, such a great movie.
Yep.
Moose.
Iron Man 3 is okay. I mean, we got Iron Patriot out of it, which maybe is probably the best part of the movie. And I mean, look, hey, I'm sure Shang-Chi will be on the list later, so we can talk Trevor Slattery then. So at least that version of the Mandarin is somewhat
actually
redeemed.
good.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy is it varies between number 2 and number 3 of my favorite MCU movies. It's such a great movie. I have both Guardians Volume 1 and Guardians Volume 2 soundtracks. I could literally play those all day, every day, and not get tired of them. They're amazing. The casting is so great. I got to tell this story. So I went to see Guardians of the Galaxy with my wife and my friend Steven Eggleston. And I showed both of them the previews for this movie before we went. And they're not comic book fans, and I am. And I knew this property from Marvel Comics, and even my knowledge of them was like super obscure. And their reaction was like, wait a minute, we're going to go watch a tree and a raccoon in this movie? And I was like, trust me, it's going to be great. 4 minutes into the movie, when Come and Get Your Love starts playing and Star-Lord is dancing around in the movie, my buddy Steve turns to me and goes, this movie's going to be great. And this movie was great. It's so good. Guardians of the Galaxy all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, Iron Man 3 holds a special place in my heart. It was the first MCU movie first of many that I dragged my wife to go see. I actually, I was really excited for it. Shane Black, the Mandarin. I wasn't too disappointed with the Mandarin twist, but I would have liked to have seen the actual Mandarin. Later on we would get that, but with Guardians, I didn't really know much about Guardians going into it. It was one that I didn't really know much about from the comics, and I was just blown away by this movie. It's incredible and always enjoyable to put on and watch. So I'm going with Guardians.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm Austin.
All right. I'm voting for Guardians of the Galaxy real quick, but I have a proposal for Moose. I can drop the Bane and switch over for a couple of rounds to Ben Kingsley, Terrorist Mandarin, if you'd like. Start dropping some of those quotes.
Let's go.
So, because the secret to doing a good Mandarin impression, at least, Terrorist Mandarin, not Trevor Slattery Mandarin, is to kind of not open your mouth a lot and slur the R's a little bit. So you go, some people call me a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher. America, are you ready for another lesson? That's kind of what you have to do. So
Never see me coming.
So yeah, you never see me coming. So I can switch to that, or I can keep going with the Bane. That's up to you.
Nope, we're going Mandarin all the way. Let's go.
Okay, all right. So I'll start pulling up some Mandarin quotes, and I'll get those ready to go. All right, but my vote goes to Guardians. All right.
All right, sounds good. Well,
all right, sounds good.
Well, Guardians of the Galaxy it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And next we have Ant-Man and the Wasp. It depends Aquaman. All right. So, me first?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, I actually really, really dig Ant-Man and the Wasp. I had a lot of fun with this because of the reaction that I had when Avengers Infinity War came out, like literally like a day later after it was released, they had the trailer for Ant-Man and the Wasp. So like literally at the end of Avengers Infinity War, you feel like you just walked away from a funeral, from some dark, somber place. And then you have Ant-Man and the Wasp trailer come up, and it's like a total party. You're just dancing and having fun, just like a really good time. So it was a great juxtaposition to what they had for the following Avengers Infinity War. So I had a lot of fun with it. I kind of flip-flop as to which one that I like better, if I like the original or if I like this one, because I really like Evangeline Lilly as the Wasp. I think she's great, and this movie is a lot of fun. But for Aquaman, like it's an okay movie for me. Like I don't really love it. I like some of the fight scenes and like some of the scenes where they're like going exploring. Has a lot of Indiana Jones vibes to me, and also the special effects are actually really, really good in this movie. But that's kind of where it ends for me. There's nothing really else that I really care about in this movie. So I think my vote has to go with Ant-Man and the Wasp. Cousin Ryan?
Yeah, Ant-Man and the Wasp for me. Same reason for like Haas had for the other movie. Luis made this part, the Baba Yaga as well. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
You know, giving us little looks at the quantum realm. I thought that was amazing. So it's gonna be Ant-Man Wasp. What I have to say about Aquaman though, like for being the worst DC character probably imagined in throughout the DC world, they did it okay. Granted, Jason Momoa was eye candy for 90% of the audience, but they did okay with Aquaman. They redeemed it from what some of the cartoons and the comics did to him. So, but
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Moose, what do you think?
I actually had a lot more fun with Aquaman than I expected to. And I actually strangely dig the movie. It's a lot of fun. I agree with all of you that I actually think Ant-Man and the Wasp is more fun than the first Ant-Man. I do love the inclusion of the Wasp. I think the Ghost is an interesting character. Marvel sometimes plucks these totally obscure D-list characters like the Ghost and then turn around and make them somewhat interesting. I thought Lawrence Fishburne as Goliath is kind of a, like, you learn that Hank Pym wasn't always, the good guy that you thought he was. He was kind of a prick in his, in his youth. Yeah. And so there's a lot of levels to deal with. Walton Goggin is in this movie. I love Walton Goggin. Yes. I dig Ant-Man and the Wasp. I dig Aquaman. This one's actually kind of a tougher call for me. I'm going to go with Ant-Man and the Wasp because I think I watched it more and I think humor is a little more relevant in Ant-Man and the Wasp, but I mean, this is a tougher call. Aquaman's a decent flick, but Ant-Man and the Wasp gets the vote.
And we'll say, as a little side note, it actually came out today that Johnny Depp won his case against Amber Heard because Amber Heard did not have enough evidence against all that abusive stuff. So that came out today. That's like breaking news. But anyways, Gerald. You got?
These movies are pretty even for me. I really enjoy both of them. I was pleasantly surprised by Aquaman. There's a lot of goofy stuff in it, but he's a goofy character. I really enjoyed the Black Manta stuff and Patrick Wilson. He's always great. I always enjoy seeing him in things. Man, this is a tough call for me. I really like Ant-Man and the Wasp. A lot to like there, as you guys mentioned already. I think I'm gonna go with Aquaman on this one.
All right, yeah. Show some love for Aquaman. Austin, what do you think?
I'm gonna offer you all a choice. Do you want an empty life or a meaningful death? Anyways, two movies that I'm kind of like Moose. These are kind of close for me. Two movies that have animals playing the drums, so that's a nice right. I liked Aquaman more than I thought I would. I'm kind of with Joe. I like the Black Manta stuff a lot with Yahya Abdul-Mateen. Like I think he's pretty great in that movie, and I like the world they kind of set up. Like I always dig these like underwater worlds. Like it's a lot of fun. I haven't gone back to Ant-Man and the Wasp as I saw it in the theater, so I think for that reason, but just by a little bit, I'll go with Aquaman.
Yeah, sounds good.
I completely forgot that Lawrence Fishburne was in Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's how much of an impression he made on me. I forgot about that.
Same.
So you said it right now. I completely forgot he's in that movie.
Jacob, what do you think?
Can I force a tie again, Austin?
You could.
Oh shit!
You could.
Ooh.
Yeah.
By voting for Aquaman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Good.
I want to force the tie again.
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
All right. Well, he forces the tie. First one we've had in a while, and it's going to go to Moose for the tiebreaker. So, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Of the two main characters, I like Paul Rudd's Ant-Man a little bit more. Let's go Ant-Man.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. All right. So up next we have the original Avengers going up against Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. All right. So this time it's Cousin Ryan first.
All right, I'm gonna have to go Avengers straight up. I love Guardians of the Galaxy first movie. If it was against this, I would have picked the first movie hands down. But Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, I could have done. I wish they would have done Ego a little different. I was a little disappointed with how that all turned out. And obviously Yondu and all that stuff. It was a heartfelt movie. I love it. It was good. But Avengers, you had the Avengers. It was the first of its kind, and brought them all together. And you got to see Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk. So I think that movie had it all together, and an awesome villain to go against as well, compared to what the Guardians did. So Avengers for me.
Yeah, sounds good. Moose, what do you think?
I don't know if I have anticipated a movie more than I did with the Avengers. And yeah, you can go back and go, okay, I mean, compared to, Infinity War, Endgame, but still, that movie brought them all together. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is what happens when you let James Gunn go free. Right? There is, so comedy is like a nice, well-tapped drum, right? And then James Gunn takes the joke and hits you in the face repeatedly with it, and that's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. The heart hits, it does. And, the deep moments with Yondu and Peter Quill absolutely hit home. I think this is Yondu's movie. He certainly looks a lot cooler with the hyphen, too. But we literally just rewatched this the other day, and I'll give you an example of how Guardians beat you over the head with the jokes. There is the joke where Rocket is explaining the bomb to Groot, and it's a great joke. It was featured in the preview, I am Groot, I am Groot, I am Groot, right? Yeah. Great, funny joke. And then they include this Scotch tape bit where he's like, do you have any Scotch tape? 4 minutes went by where Peter Quill is off screen going around asking the rest of the Guardians if they have Scotch tape. And you're sitting there going well, that's 4 minutes of my life. I'll never get back. Right? That's what happens with too much freedom and beating the joke over the head. It wasn't funny. What was funny was the shtick before, and that was 30-second shtick. So Guardians, it went for the joke too many times, but the heart still exists in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. But the Avengers is the Avengers is the Avengers is the Avengers. That's the superior movie.
Yep. Well, Gerald, what do you think?
I love Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, but the Avengers is it's a special movie for me. I remember when this all started, with Iron Man and first seeing that first trailer for Iron Man, and then moving on to the Hulk and thinking of how they could be actually assembling the Avengers one day, and, before Thor and Captain America were even cast. And just to think back on that now and how they were able to achieve that and put together a movie as good as the Avengers turned out to be, it's just an amazing achievement for me. So hands down for me, the Avengers.
Yep. Austin, what do you think?
Well, to all of you, first off, I say today is the first day of what's left of your life. All right. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, it was okay. It has its moments. I think seeing Yondu at his full power doing the arrow, all killing damn near everybody on that ship was pretty fun, and how dangerous he could be. There's some good moments. I think Kurt Russell's having fun in the movie, at least. He looks like he's having a good time. He's all right. But Avengers, I saw it 5 or 6 times in the theater. It's a movie we never thought we'd actually get, 4 years earlier. If you think about it, how far they went in 4 years, from the little cameo at the end of Iron Man to that. And it was a hell of an event. So, I have to go with Avengers pretty easily on this one.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah. Before we go on, Austin, could I just request Bane saying, "I'm Mary Poppins, y'all"?
All right. Let me get into character.
Yeah.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Nice.
Worth it. Okay.
All right. Now, for the rest of the show, we'll just be doing requests as either character of other lines. So I'll be taking requests the rest because I'm honestly there's only like one other Mandarin quote left. He's not in the movie that much, so I don't have much left for Mandarin beyond that. So I'll be taking requests for any other villain voices throughout all these movies as well because I'm a pretty good impressionist if I say so myself. So let me know if you have any requests. I'll do my best.
Yeah. Well, Jacob.
So yeah, thank you. I think Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is probably like the most disappointing movie for me in the MCU. I think it had the potential to go above and beyond what the first movie did. And maybe that's my fault for putting those expectations on it. But it fell flat for me in every single way. Whereas the Avengers is the Avengers. And yeah, seeing all those characters on screen together was just incredible. So yeah, I'll go with the Avengers.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, like actually had fun with Guardians of the Galaxy too, but I mean, like it's just way too jokey. It's just joke after joke after joke after joke, to where you really get kind of sick of it. To where you start off laughing, and then when the jokes keep going, it's like you get annoyed, and then maybe one hits here and there, and you laugh a little bit. But yeah, but I will say though, this definitely was Michael Rooker's movie. I also love the performance from Karen Gillan as Nebula in this movie too. She was really, really solid. I actually have a huge crush on Karen Gillan. So, but she did not look like herself in that. But it's still fun to watch Nebula just running around doing her thing. But and also too, just a quick little story about. I went to Comic-Con down in Salt Lake, and Michael Rooker was actually there. I went to his panel. He gives one of the most batshit crazy panels I've ever seen in my life. So like he starts taking questions, then he goes out into the audience, and people are literally swarming him, and they have it like on the big screen so you can see it on camera, where like people are just swarming him and like just shouting out random questions for him. He's just answering random questions, and he's commenting on like what people are wearing or like who these people are, giving people nicknames, just saying the most hilarious things, or he's just going in and out and like getting just completely swarmed. But you can tell that he just loves it, though. He has a huge grin on his face, just having a great time. So like he's all about the fans. Like I think that like he really loves what he does. So that was a lot of fun to see. But Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is no Avengers. Like Avengers is like you guys said it, like it's one of the most anticipated movies that I've had in a long time. Like I remember when I first heard about it was before I was really watching very many trailers online, and so I remember walking to the movie theater, just seeing a poster for it. I'm like, oh, they're doing a freaking Avengers movie, and I got like so excited. Like I was just pumped to like finally see all these characters together, like in a continued storyline, like in a shared universe, like all together, which is awesome. And the movie delivered. Like the movie is really, really solid. I mean, it has a solid villain with Loki. But I don't really like the fact that they're just battling a bunch of like just random kind of lifeless robots near the end. They kind of do that too much in the Avengers, so it does suffer from that. But I still think that it's much, much better than Guardians of the Galaxy 2. So I'll go with Avengers. So
all right, overwhelming for the Avengers.
Yeah,
and I think Jacob cracked the bit. I think what I'm going to do from here on is do the Bane voice, but quoting one of the movies we're voting on. I think we'll do that from now on.
Yeah.
So yeah, Bane delivering quotes from these movies. So these other movies. That's what we'll do.
Sounds good. So up next we have Black Panther up against X-Men Origins Wolverine. Oh.
All right, so it's got to be a Wolverine quote. I got to look up some Wolverine quotes real quick.
Well, I mean, let me propose this: is anybody voting for X-Men Origin Wolverines, or can we keep Wakanda Forever?
No.
This.
Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. I will say the opening credits of Wolverine is pretty damn good. Like the opening credits were awesome, but like after that, it's like yeah.
Better glad Deadpool 2 retcons that movie at the end.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they would have done Gambit right, it would have been freaking awesome. 'Cause I think Taylor Kitsch could have done it like really well, but they just didn't do it right. So,
So I'll just say Wakanda forever.
yeah, there you go. But we have Avengers Endgame going up against the original Iron Man here. This could be kind of.
Oh, I got the quote for this one when it comes to me.
Yeah. Dave Moose.
All right.
You're up first.
Hey, mad props to Iron Man. What a solid, great, amazing film kickoff to the MCU. You did Obadiah Stane right in this one, but Avengers Endgame is a culmination of 23 movies at the time, incorporating a cast of 40 Hollywood stars, that are portraying these characters. I mean, Endgame is an easy pass on this one, if not maybe the best movie in this list. So yeah, Avengers Endgame. Okay, quick story. I have to tell this story because he's on this chat and he's going to hate this. So my wife was running a marathon in Vegas. So at the same weekend that Avengers Endgame was coming out, somebody's cousin Ryan lives in Las Vegas. So we had a plan to go see Avengers Endgame. We went to see it on Saturday. Cousin Ryan snuck out and saw it Friday night and was then going to see it again on Saturday. No problem. 3 minutes into the movie, Hawkeye's family is snapped away, right? I look at Cousin Ryan because it's a deeper moment, and I'm like, damn. I look at Cousin Ryan, and he's in tears. And I was like, dude, you saw this movie last night. Like, you knew the spoilers. You knew it was going to happen. And his response was, it's still really sad.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Haas. Thanks, Moose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cried like a little girl. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, this is the beginning versus the end here. It's quite the matchup. Iron Man is I still love Iron Man, the original Iron Man. Not only did it kick off the MCU, but it's just overall a great movie. I thought the casting of Robert Downey Jr. In that role was spot on. He really made that character his own. And then Endgame, man, what more could you want from it? It's maybe there's some fan service in there, but it's exactly what I wanted, and I had a great time with it. Just because I love that original Iron Man so much, I'm gonna go with Iron Man on this one.
Sure, but I will give a shout out to Malcolm in the chat because I still cry too at that scene. So it gets snapped away. I mean, even though I've seen it like 10 times, it's still sad, right?
Spoilers.
Yeah, right. But Austin, what do you think?
Stark did it in a cave with a box of scraps. So that echoes my vote. Actually, I'm kind of with Gerald on this one. I'm more of an Infinity War over Endgame guy, and I have my quibbles with Endgame, as much fun as it can be in moments. But I think Iron Man, I mean, it's almost a perfect origin story movie. Like, it's a great character arc movie. There's a lot of it's just a really good character study. I love Jeff Bridges in that movie. He's great. And yeah, like I that Endgame is so overloaded that it's like I have a hard time going back to watch it. Like, it's a long watch. Like, Iron Man's so breezy and fun. I'm actually going to give it to Iron Man on this one.
Yeah. Sounds good. Jacob, what do you think?
I just like causing chaos sometimes. So you know what? I'm gonna go with Iron Man too. I think it kicked off the MCU really well.
We're voting on Iron Man 1, Jacob. Not
Yeah.
Sorry, never mind.
That's a running gag on tournament fights.
I'm gonna give my vote to Iron Man. I think it kicked off the MCU really well. I think it's a great movie. Endgame is fantastic as well. But maybe it's just as a thank you to Iron Man for kicking it off in such a great way. I'll go with Iron Man.
Yeah, this one's really tough, and it's tough for me because I can't vote for Iron Man, and I really, really want to. It's like because when I first saw it, like I was just blown away by it. I thought that it was a perfect way to introduce this character, and for someone who grew up reading comic books, like Iron Man was never a big comic like that. I never really saw as like being this big, like super well-known character. Like he always kind of struck me as more of like a side character before all these movies came out. But then once the movies came out, he got thrust right into like the spotlight. But Avengers Endgame, there's just so many moments that like every single time that I watch it, there's stand up and cheer moments. There's multiple of those. Then there's moments to make you cry, and it's like every single time, like I just feel like emotionally affected by this movie, even though I've seen it like probably 6 or 7 times, and yeah, like there's not very many of these movies that really do that for me. And also too, there's a lot of people that like have some gripes about like well Tony Stark just created a time travel in an afternoon with some idea from Ant-Man or like whatever it was, and it's like, so what? Like this isn't supposed to be a movie that makes perfect total sense. It's just a fun turn your brain off popcorn movie that like doesn't need to be perfectly like logically like makes sense in every little way. It's a superhero movie of like people being snapped away and brought back and like all these crazy fantasy things. So I mean, I love Avengers Endgame. I saw it like 4 times in theaters, and yeah, like it's in my top 3 Marvel movies for sure. So yeah, I got to go with Endgame.
So to defend that one point right there, this has always been my theory on that. So yeah, there are some very coincidental, like the rat coming across, the quantum device that will spring Ant-Man back, right? Tony Stark figuring it out in an afternoon. You got to remember that Doctor Strange predicted that only one out of 14,605,000, and that is an accurate number if you want to look it up, because I know that number. 1 in 14,605,000 possible realities would come to fruition where they would beat Thanos. And it was obviously this reality. So things were going to have to take a skip in our direction, in the right direction, if that were going to be the case. That's always going to be my argument, was that, okay, yeah, there were some things that happened, but some things had to happen. People had to go away. People had to die. Things had to happen for this specific reality in which we beat Thanos. And I say we because I count myself as an honorary Avenger. But we had to win, and the only way to win was to get into that one reality where things were going to go our way. Things went our way. Just saying, exactly. I'm with you on that one, Jordan.
Yep, absolutely. But Cousin Ryan, what do you think?
So I think I'm gonna throw Moose off on this one, but
don't you do it.
I'm gonna go Iron Man. I'm gonna have to go Iron Man on this one.
I'm an upset.
I mean, Endgame, such a great movie. I loved it. Every minute of it. And okay, to link it together, I mean, what was Iron Man? What was Tony Stark's last line in Iron Man? What was his last verbal line in Endgame? I am Iron Man. I came full circle, man. I loved every minute of it. But Iron Man set it off. Iron Man did it all, and
You're just mad because I told the crying story.
I will admit to that. That whole movie had me crying, and I saw it twice before you came, so I knew what was coming, but still wasn't emotionally prepared. So it was what it was. They did great writing in that movie. But Iron Man, hands down.
There you go, Cousin Ryan.
Agree.
No longer Cousin Ryan. Cool.
Yeah, right.
Guess who's not coming to Thanksgiving?
Well, might be a bit of an upset, but
it's an upset.
Moves on.
Well, to Avengers Endgame, we'll just say, "I love you 3,000."
Yeah, right.
The impression is no longer funny.
Yeah. But up next, we got Black Widow going up against Superman.
Neither is Black Widow. Oh, Superman 3 isn't either.
Yeah. Superman 3 tries to be fun, but I don't know if it is.
Yeah. All right, Gerald.
Gerald, you got?
I think as far as MCU movies go, Black Widow's kind of middle of the road for me. Still really good, but I think it's definitely better than Superman 3. So I'm gonna go with Black Widow.
Yeah. Well, Austin.
I don't know any quotes from either one off the top of my head, so I'll have to pass on this round. I just know that the scene in Superman 3 where the lady gets turned into the robot scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I saw it on TV out of context.
Yeah,
and boy, was that some kinder trauma. Yeah, just the way it happens. This is, I don't know, because Black Widow is so bland and like 5 years too late. At least Superman 3 has pissed off evil Superman, like drinking in a bar and like flicking beans across the room, like at supersonic speed. So I don't know why. I'm gonna vote Superman 3. Why the fuck not? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Jacob, what do you think?
One of these movies has Florence Pugh, and that is enough to get my vote.
Yeah.
Black Widow.
Sold.
One of these movies inspired Office Space, so that's the one that gets my vote.
Yeah. Well, for me, like I think that for whatever reason, I was late to the party for Black Widow. I probably saw it a few months after it's run in theaters, and I actually really liked this movie. Like I don't know, like everyone that I talked to just said that it's mediocre, but the performance from Florence Pugh and the connection that she has to Black Widow, like, just really hits for me. Like, it's just really emotional. Like, it really gets me. Like, I think that it's really acted really well. I think that's like one of the best things is the performances from those characters. And like some of the other stuff, like, might be mediocre. I can kind of see a little bit where people might be coming from, but like for me, like, I just really connected with it. And I'm so glad that they brought Florence Pugh into the Hawkeye series. I thought that was a lot of fun too, to see her show up there. So, and Superman 3, I actually just watched it for the first time yesterday, and it was fine. Like, I actually kind of liked it, but I didn't love it. So I like Black Widow better. So I'll go with Black Widow.
Black Widow. I have nothing nice to say about Superman 3, so I'm just gonna go Black Widow.
Yeah. Sounds good. Moose?
So, to create the evil Superman, Gus Gorman, played by Richard Pryor, introduces one chemical that is different in the composition of Superman. And what is that? It's cigarette tar. That is what creates a bad Superman versus a good Superman, apparently. And then at the end, who does Superman fight? He fights like circuit boards and computers.
Yeah.
Superman 3 is terrible. Let me tell you about why I love Black Widow. One, Jacob, you're absolutely right. We get Florence Pugh. And what is she? She's the new Black Widow. And what is she? She's a kick-ass new Black Widow. I love Florence Pugh in the MCU. Give me as much as her as we possibly can. She's great. Her whole little hot sauce scene in the Hawkeye series was amazing.
Yes,
right?
So good with the mac and cheese. Yeah.
David Harbour as the Red Guardian is so freaking funny. It's so good. He's amazing in this role. I love Chief Hopper from Stranger Things as a character in the MCU. It's so good. And if you really want to like treat yourself to a Taskmaster like Joygasm, there's a few YouTube sites that will show you the fighting styles that they're mimicking versus the actual fight scenes in the MCU. And it'll show like the moves that the Taskmaster is using of the Black Panther versus and then it'll show like, oh, there's the Winter Soldier, and she's using the knife in the same exact way that the Winter Soldier uses the knife. And she's using the same moves that Cap is using. That character is so unique. That's my one big criticism of this movie is there isn't enough of that character. And I love the Taskmaster. And I think that could be such a fun character. And it's not used enough. And then it's redeemed into a good guy, maybe kind of towards the end. That's my only criticism, whereas Superman 3 uses a cigarette to clone Superman. Terrible. Black Widow gets the vote.
Well, it just shows you that cigarettes are evil. Like if you smoke them.
Yeah, cigarettes
that's
are
what
bad.
they were going for.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so it's Black Widow. Moving on. All right. Then up next, we still have the Suicide Squad, not Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad, going up against Thor: The Dark World. Yeah. So, who's up first?
I'm up first.
All right.
As much as I'm kind of blah on both of these movies, I think Sylvester Stallone's King Shark will put it over on this one, so I'll vote for Suicide Squad.
Sure. Yeah. Jacob?
I absolutely loved the Suicide Squad. And in the MCU, Thor: The Dark World is the movie I'm probably the least excited to revisit when marathoning them. So I'm going to go with the Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Thor: The Dark World's not a good movie. Like, I'm not going to say that it's terrible, but when you compare it to the rest of the MCU, it's probably one of the worst ones in the MCU. And the Suicide Squad is a hell of a lot of fun. Like, I think that it's great. I don't like that they kill so many characters off so quickly. I wish we got to see a lot more of the characters. And also, I don't really even care that they're fighting the giant starfish at the end because it's just supposed to be batshit crazy. So they're just doing something kind of wild and off the wall like that. And also, the Suicide Squad give us freaking Peacemaker, which is one of, like, hands down the best TV shows I've seen in years. Like, if you have not seen Peacemaker, do yourself a favor and freaking watch Peacemaker because it is great. So yeah. Yes, it's great. You shut your mouth. But yeah, I'm gonna go with the Suicide Squad. But cousin Ryan,
I'm actually gonna go with Thor: The Dark World. You know, they gave me more of the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif. I was excited about that. I wanted to be more with the Dark Elves, a little bit better. The love story between Thor and Jane. I'm gonna get it what they set up for with the next ones, but Suicide Squad for me was just a mess. I feel like it's just all over the place. And I love Suicide Squad. I love those characters in the comic books, and the Peacemaker TV show is enjoyable. I'll give you that.
Yes.
But Thor: The Dark World, I might be partial to Marvel, but I just feel like that was the stronger of the two movies, and it's just barely.
Yeah. Sounds good. Moose, what do you think?
So much like Austin, I'm very about both of these movies. Thor: The Dark World, I think, is probably unanimously the least liked MCU movie. But you know what? I'll tell you this. The least liked MCU movie is still better than 90% of the crap that will normally come on TV. So, I mean, it's still saying something. I very much had a lot of issues with the Suicide Squad, and I revisited this movie probably 2 or 3 times thinking that I missed something and that it would come to me on a second or third watch. And so James Gunn did James Gunn in that he created characters that we would like and then killed half of them and went really weird direction. And you know, I think I'm with cousin Ryan, and I'm probably with Pez on this one. Yeah, the Peacemaker show was all right. The best part of the show was honestly with the 30-second cameo at the end with Momoa and Ezra Miller. I did like a lot of aspects of Suicide Squad, particularly characters. I think Ratcatcher 2 is probably the heart of the movie. I think Nanaue, King Shark is worth the watch. The Polka Dot Man, totally obscure, villain that they made somewhat likable. And Idris Elba, say what you may, the dude's a star. The dude can carry a movie. He was absolutely awesome as Bloodsport. But then, even with all of that, the movie still didn't work for me. And it should have. So my vote's going to go to Thor: The Dark World.
All right. Well, Gerald?
Thor: The Dark World is definitely one of the weaker, if not the weakest, MCU movie. But there is still a lot to like about it. I really enjoy parts with Loki and the emotions with Frigga. Overall for me, it's an okay movie. I really enjoyed the Suicide Squad. I had a great time with it. Had a great time with it when I watched it again. So I'm gonna go with the Suicide Squad.
Sorry, my sister. So the Haas family is eternally Office fans. My sister threw the Charles Minor moose in defense of the Suicide Squad.
Nice. So what are the votes at? Is it Suicide Squad, or is it a?
Yeah, Suicide Squad 4-2. No, it wasn't a tie.
Okay.
Yeah, 4-2.
Thought it might have been. Yeah.
No, it was close.
Suicide Squad it is. All right, so we still got Captain America: The First Avenger against Shang-Chi.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Jacob.
Who's first? Jacob. All right.
I really enjoy Captain America, but Shang-Chi was incredible, I thought. I can't tell you how many times I've went back and just watched that bus fight alone. Like, that entire scene was fantastic. And I like the entire world in Shang-Chi. So while Captain America is definitely enjoyable, I'm going to go with Shang-Chi. I don't know if it's recency bias or not, but it's just more fresh in my mind. But I really enjoy that movie.
Yeah, sounds good. I had a lot of fun with Shang-Chi, but the thing for me is that there's moments that like hit really, really hard that are really good, and there's moments that are just kind of they're okay. Like, I think that the first half's really strong, and there's parts of the second half like I do like when they pick up Trevor Slattery, like this is where they actually do that character right, and just them going through the little maze thing I thought was a lot of fun, and so there's that, but then also the bus scene for sure. Like, I'll reiterate that because like that was probably my favorite scene of the movie, and I like the dynamic between. I always forget the name of the main actor who plays Shang-Chi, but the chemistry between him and Awkwafina, like that's really solid, and like the ending part's fun to see, like the big dragon thing, like come on, but I didn't really love it. So, but Captain America: The First Avenger, I freaking love this movie. This is a movie that I go back to all the time because it's a lot more grounded in reality, and it's a super relatable character. Like, he wants to just go serve his country and he can't do it, but then he finds a way to make it happen. He has to go through some like get injected with some stuff that makes him big and strong, but I mean, it's a lot of fun to watch, and also the love story between him and Peggy Carter I think is really, really great. Even Tommy Lee Jones is actually pretty solid in this movie. So, and then also you have the relationship between Cap and Bucky. You get to see the beginnings of that. Like, I go back to Captain America: The First Avenger a lot, so I think for that reason I got to go with Captain America. So, Ryan?
My vote's going to be Captain America: First Avenger as well. I loved Shang-Chi. I loved Awkwafina's role in this movie, the counterbalance for the comedy. But Captain America: First Avenger, it gave us one of the Infinity Stones. It gave us the Red Skull. It was just an all-around, I thought, just a great origin story movie for the Cap. And he's not one of my favorite characters in Marvel, but I thought this did him so solid that I became a fan. So, First Avenger for me.
Yeah. Well, Moose, what do you think here?
Now, don't get me wrong. I very much enjoy Captain America: The First Avenger. I do. And I don't know about the more realistic take on this one. Captain America: The First Avenger.
It's more relatable than most MCU movies, I would say. But yeah, for me.
Okay, so this movie is supposed to take place in World War II, but the enemy uses lasers, which is I don't know how grounded in reality that is. It feels too futuristic of a movie to take place in World War II. That's always been my gripe about Captain America: The First Avenger. I think Hugo Weaving as a Red Skull is fan-frickin-tastic. I hate that we only got him one time, and I understand we got the Red Skull in Infinity War and Endgame, but it wasn't Hugo Weaving's Red Skull. I really think that there was something there, and the rest of Captain America is a great movie. Shang-Chi is amazing. I absolutely dig this movie. I have revisited this movie probably 5 times since it has come out in theaters. Saw it in theaters, revisited a bunch of times on whatever weird illegal pirated site that Ryan and I have a membership to that we get to watch these movies. But Shang-Chi is a very obscure character, and you knew Captain America was going to come in at that point in time, and you knew that it was going to be cool, and you knew that they were working their way towards a shared universe, right? Shang-Chi is kind of the first, maybe the second behind the new Black Widow, but kind of the first new character that you're introducing into the MCU post-Endgame. And how freaking cool is Shang-Chi and these 10 rings? This movie has easily made its way into my top 5 favorite Marvel movies, surpassing some of the old school ones. Shang-Chi rocks, and it's got my vote all day.
Yeah, sounds good. Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, I love both these movies. Both have great villains. Both have charismatic, really likable leads. I love the first Avenger. Really kicked off what is probably the strongest trilogy so far in the MCU. With Shang-Chi, I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did. I knew it was going to be quite a different movie from what came before, and I really enjoyed it. I love what they did here with the Wenwu character, not the Mandarin. That's Mandarin's a fruit.
Yeah, right.
I really enjoyed him and his performance and everything about it. I think Simu Liu is very talented.
That's who it is.
I really like him, so I'm excited to see more from that corner of the universe here. So I'm going to go with Shang-Chi here.
And to capitalize on Gerald's point, you get Wong singing karaoke at the end of the movie. Come on.
Yeah, right.
That's true.
Yeah, he's fun in it. Yeah. Austin, what do you think?
I like Shang-Chi. I didn't love Shang-Chi. I thought, the first half was kind of better than the second half. I think when they get bogged down in the super mystical stuff in the second half and the dragons and all, I just think I would have been way more interested if it was just a low-key fight with him and his dad, like just a cool martial arts fight. And then it's like,
low-key was
we got to be yeah. But because it's a Marvel movie, we got to have a bunch of shit thrown on the screen at the end of the movie, like that I can't keep track of, and even the bus fight to a degree. The bus fight was cool until CGI Shang-Chi started flying up and around the bus and like jumping in and out of windows and cutting buses in half, and I was like, all right, I would have liked it more if it was like a grounded bus fight like it started as. I was just watching The Protector today with Tony Jaa. It's like all those fights are so great. Like when you just have a guy who can fight, just have a great fight without a bunch of tricks and stuff. So that's just me personally. I think it's bogged down too much stuff. I think Captain America: First Avenger, like I especially love the first half of that movie where it's like Cap shilling for war bonds and like, being in the military and, like all that stuff is just great. I think it's a lot of fun. So I'm going to go with Captain America on this one.
So do we have a tie?
So I have a tie. So it goes to Gerald. Yeah.
All right. What are you going to go with? You can't switch your vote if you want.
It is a tough
do the right
one.
thing and switch your vote.
I'd be happy to see either one of these move on, but I'm going to stick with it and go with Shang-Chi.
Sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. It's a solid movie, so yeah, I'm not mad about it. Yeah. But next up, we got Avengers: Age of Ultron up against Thor: Ragnarok. Here it is. All right.
It's moose
All
hunting
right.
season.
Yeah, right. So,
All right,
who's
Jordan.
up first?
Jordan.
So, for me, like, I'm not a huge fan of Avengers: Age of Ultron. I'm just not. Like, I just think that it's got some just like weird stuff. It's not really one I really care to go back to. When I think of all the movies I want to watch and like rewatch from the MCU, I kind of like don't really think about Age of Ultron. I think that they could have done a lot more with the Ultron character, and then at the end you're just like fighting a bunch of generic robots again, and they kill off Quicksilver. I thought that was kind of a weird choice of like a character that you would kill off, but I mean I don't know. I'm kind of split on that decision, but Thor Ragnarok's great. Like so. Taika Waititi is hands down my favorite director of all time, and like I do understand people's argument that they kind of take the Thor character in like a totally like different direction. They kind of like he's less powerful. He just is like way more jokey, all of that stuff. But like I really like it. Like I love all the humor. I don't think that it's too much humor for me. I think that's fun seeing him with the Hulk, just kind of palling around with him, fighting him in like a gladiator war. Then you have Jeff Goldblum in there, who like anytime you have Jeff Goldblum, it's a win for me. It doesn't matter what he's doing. He'd be just like sitting there like whittling something out of wood, and it would be like the most interesting thing in the world. So I mean, yeah. So and also seeing. I always forget his sister's name, but like seeing her like come in there and like really take charge, like that's a lot of fun too. And just the scene when he's like coming down with the Led Zeppelin music playing, like just like with all the lightning and everything. I think it's like a really cool scene. I like that he gets a huge battle axe, the Stormbreaker, like that's fun. So yeah, like I really dig Thor Ragnarok, and especially over Avengers: Age of Ultron. Like it would have been a closer matchup against some other ones, but not against Age of Ultron. So, but Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I already know where Moose is going because it makes me sick how much he talks about he loves that movie. But Avengers: Age of Ultron is my choice, hands down. You get James Spader as Ultron. There's no strings on me. Like, are you kidding me? Like, oh, chills to this day. You know, and it set up Vision, and it really moved the story along with Infinity Stones for me. I love Thor Ragnarok as well. I thought it was a great movie. It did the Warriors 3 a little dirty, I think, and it was like a Hulk movie too. I don't know. Age of Ultron for me, it was the better of the two in my opinion. So
yeah. Well, Moose, what do you think?
Well, I wonder.
Let's hear it.
I warned you guys in the pre-show that I was going to talk a little bit about Thor Ragnarok. Let me tell you about Taika Waititi's pitch to Kevin Feige about his Thor movie. He sits him down and he says, I want to do a Thor movie. We're going to include Planet Hulk. Oh. And then we're going to include Surtur destroying Asgard. Wait, what? And then we're going to kill Odin. Oh, and then Thor's sister is actually Hela, the god of death. Wait a second. And then we're going to introduce Scourge. Nobody knows who he is, but he's an Asgardian that carries 2 machine guns, and he's played by Carl Urban. Wait, what? And then on top of that, we're going to kill Odin within the first 10 minutes. Wait, you're going to do what now? Oh, and on top of this, we're going to have this maniacal overlord played by Jeff Goldblum. And I'm basically just going to tell Jeff Goldblum to play a maniacal overlord, but be himself while playing this character.
Yep.
Kevin Feige goes, I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? Because this movie should have been bonkers, crazy, and a big swing and a miss. But it's Taika Waititi, and I agree with you, Jordan. Taika Waititi is the best director working right now.
Yes, absolutely.
And Thor Ragnarok is the best movie in the MCU. It took Thor. Thor had been in the MCU now for 4 movies and was pretty played out. What was the most interesting thing about Thor and Age of Ultron? They had to write, literally after the movie was already filmed, they had to write a scene where he goes and sits in some weird hot tub in a cave and has a vision about the Infinity Stones. And that's the most interesting thing about Thor in this movie. He was played out. And then you give him to a guy like Taika Waititi, and he goes, you know what? Thor is going to become a dude. And he's going to become like a funny dude. And everybody is going to dig him. And I'm going to establish that in the first 5 minutes of this movie when he sits there and he starts making fun of Surtur, one of his biggest and most fearsome villains. Yeah. And he pulls it off, and he pulls it off to a freaking T. Thor Ragnarok is so freaking good. The music, the acting, and the humor. The humor is so freaking good. And my last point to why Thor Ragnarok is a superior movie, it gave us the best character in the MCU, and that is my boy Korg.
Yeah.
Korg, yes.
There is so many lines in this movie that are quotable. Oh my God, the hammer pulled you off. Like, it's so good. Thor Ragnarok all the way. I will take less time on my next votes, but I warned you in advance that I was going to be talking about Thor Ragnarok.
No, it's all good. Yeah. Gerald, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know how much more I can say about Thor Ragnarok, but it will definitely be getting my vote here as well. Age of Ultron for me. Although I really like James Spader as Ultron, I think overall it just didn't add up to what it could have been, and it was a disappointing follow-up to the first Avengers film. So Ragnarok.
Yeah. Well, Austin, let's hear it, because I know you got a...
Well, everything that Moose said is why I hate the movie, and I hate Thor Ragnarok. I hate almost everything about Thor Ragnarok. Thor is a bitch. Hulk is a bitch. He turned everybody into a bitch in this movie, and a complete and utter joke. Every bit of tension that is built up in this movie is cut right in half with a joke. And so you have zero tension whatsoever in the movie. Literally, his homeworld's getting destroyed, and it's joke. And Hela shows up, and it's joke. And Surtur shows up, and it's joke. And like what Moose said about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. That's exactly what Thor Ragnarok is. Throw joke. You're going to love these jokes. And you're going to take these jokes and you're going to swallow them. That's exactly what you're going to do. And holy fucking shit. Like, I was so annoyed by the end of this movie. I actively dislike Thor Ragnarok. I know I'm in the minority, whatever. I can deal with that, but I don't like Thor Ragnarok. So Avengers Age of Ultron gives me, it gets my vote in this one. Sorry. And it's funny because I love What We Do in the Shadows, but I don't like what Taika Waititi did with this. So sorry. That's my thing.
Well, fair enough.
I'm never coming on this show again.
Yeah.
I don't care for your impressions now, Pez.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's why I stopped doing it.
Keep doing the Bane. It's pretty solid.
Okay.
Well, Jacob, you have the chance to put it to a tie again if you want.
I'm just gonna vote for Thor.
Sounds good. All right. Well, Thor it is. Sorry, Age of Ultron. But
I'm not.
Yeah. No. So Wonder Woman 1984 up against the original Spider-Man. So, and I believe Ryan, you're first.
Spider-Man. Gal Gadot, amazing as Wonder Woman. The first one was incredible, but having to bring back Chris Pine for this movie was just, I think, a little over the top. I move on. You know, they had a good shot in the first one, but Spider-Man, our first incarnation of it, it was, you know, it was a good movie for what it was, because Bonesaw was ready. I don't know if anyone else.
Yep.
Spider-Man.
Oh, wait. That gives me an idea. Wait a minute.
Oh, here it comes.
Bonesaw is ready.
All right. Well,
Hey, freak show! I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
Well, Moose, what do you think here?
This is kind of easy, and I dug the first Wonder Woman, and then her main villain in the second one was a rock. So
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
the original Spider-Man by far. That's got my vote.
What about a cheetah?
Yeah,
like
you
a cheetah?
sorry, Bryson. Yeah,
Yeah,
you choose Cheetah all movie, and then you give me 2 minutes of Cheetah, and then she's back to Kristen Wiig again. So
yeah. Yeah. Well, Gerald, what do you think?
Wonder Woman 84, it just seemed like they didn't even finish this movie and they just kind of put it out. And comparing that to the original Spider-Man, which is one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. Definitely Spider-Man.
Yeah. Austin? What do you think?
Yeah, I won't talk much about Wonder Woman 84 because there's not much to talk about Wonder Woman 84. It's the most forgettable of the DCU movies. It feels incomplete. I don't know what happened, Patty Jenkins, but your first movie was way better. And yeah, Spider-Man, the original one, holds a special place in my heart because I worked in a movie theater when that movie came out and watched that movie become like a huge phenomenon, like just sold out shows, like all opening weekend, playing every 15 minutes. Like I watched it all the time on my breaks. Like I love that movie to pieces. It feels like just ripped right off the pages of a comic book, like right on the screen. So I like it a lot. So Spider-Man.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, he's easily Spider-Man. It's just the better movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hate Wonder Woman 84 as much as most people. I actually kind of dug it a little bit. I mean, like there are some like huge problematic things. Like I didn't really care for Peter Pascal in the movie. I thought he was annoying, or like just like Gal Gadot, like realizing that she has other powers and she can randomly fly and she can turn invisible, like all this random stuff. It's just like, okay, like you didn't know that you had these powers this whole time. You're just now discovering this, and yeah, like there's just too many problems for me to really vote for, especially over Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man, is hands down my favorite superhero of all time. Seeing it brought to the big screen in this type of way, it's just like I'm like a kid in a candy store when it first came out. Like I probably saw it multiple times in the theater. So yeah, I'll go with Spider-Man. But
all right, clean sweep for Spider-Man.
Spider-Man it is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we have left. We still have Batman Begins going up against X-Men First Class.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Now we
That's
got
a
an
tough
interesting one.
Yeah, that's a damn. All right, Moose.
Moose.
Oh, it starts with me, crap.
Yep. Starts with you.
This is tough because both of these movies took very beloved characters that were already established and then had to reinvent them again. For the rewatchability sake, I'm gonna go with Batman Begins. I love this iteration of Batman in the Christopher Nolan universe. Don't get me wrong, I love X-Men First Class. I think those are fun. But yeah, I'm gonna go Batman Begins.
Yeah. Gerald,
Sure.
what do you think?
Yeah, I love both of these movies. I think Matthew Vaughn is a great director, and he did a great job with introducing this new team of X-Men. But I love Batman Begins. It definitely could be said just to be as good as, if not better than, The Dark Knight, and it really establishes such a great lore of seeing Batman, Bruce Wayne in training, and just gives life to Gotham that they kind of lose in the subsequent movies. But yeah, Batman Begins.
Yeah. Sounds good. Austin?
Yeah, no, these are both great movies. I really like what they do with Batman Begins, really getting into the stuff with him training with Ducard and the League of Shadows. And yeah, all that stuff is great, kind of figuring out all the tech with Lucius. Like, all that stuff is awesome. But X-Men First Class is in my top 64. Like, I adore X-Men First Class. It's my favorite X-Men movie. I love what they do with the period piece and what Matthew Vaughn does with the action, and the score of this movie is great, and the cast is just spot on in all their roles. So yeah, just by a sliver, I'll go First Class.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, I also love both these movies. This might be the closest matchup for me, personally. But my initial gut reaction said X-Men, and so I'm not going to talk myself out of it and just go X-Men.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, for me, I don't really love X-Men First Class as much as a lot of other people do. Like, I think it's good, but I mean, for me, outside of like Magneto and Xavier, like, there's not a lot of characters I really like. I think Kevin Bacon's character is okay, I guess, but like, there's not really much else there for me. Like, I'm just a huge fan of the original cast, so like seeing them switch it up like this just kind of bummed me out just a little bit. But I know we're coming off the heels of X-Men: The Last Stand, so I mean that kind of killed a lot for the original cast. But even so, like I'm just kind of like, I don't know, like a 7 out of 10 for me, or maybe even a 6. So I think it's good, but not great. But Batman Begins, already mentioned, is my favorite of the Nolan and Batman trilogy. I think it's so much fun seeing him train. It's one of the best origin stories where they kind of told us some stuff you hadn't really seen before in a Batman movie, and all the stuff with Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul with the Scarecrow. I thought there was a lot of fun, like from beginning to end, and yeah, kind of as some of you guys already mentioned, it's probably the more rewatchable one for me. So I got to go Batman Begins. So, Ryan.
All right, so you have 2 origin story movies, and for me, having James McAvoy play Professor X, Xavier, I thought that was great. Amazing things, but Batman Begins, the best part of the origin story. They gave us more Bruce Wayne, more of that backstory, more of why he is Batman and why he is the way he is. The other Batman movies missed that entirely, so Batman Begins for me.
Yeah.
All right,
Batman Begins it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 42. All right. So got a couple left on this side. We got Batman and Robin still to talk about. That'll be interesting. Going up against Shazam. Okay. So yeah, we'll still talk about it just because Batman's one of those movies that's like so bad it's kind of fun. So
we talked about it and won our guilty pleasure tournament, if you remember. Like, it's a fun guilty pleasure watch. Like, overall,
I do think everyone should do a Arnold Schwarzenegger
pun
quote.
Yeah, freeze pun. Yeah, that's appropriate. All right, Gerald.
I've already got mine picked out.
You're up. Yeah.
We're just doing the impressions here.
For this one, it's appropriate.
I'm just gonna vote for Shazam. I really enjoyed Shazam a lot more than I thought I was going to. It's a fun movie. Batman and Robin is a ridiculous movie, and I would have liked to have seen George Clooney have a shot in a better movie. I think he gets kind of a bad deal from having to be in bad movie, and I think he could have done a good job. But let's go with Shazam.
All right, you got to give a quote. Come on, give Ice Pun. Let's go.
I don't even remember any that he says.
If you don't, I'll give several in your place. If you don't, I'll make up for it.
Go for it.
You're not sending me to the cooler. Stay cool, bird boy. All right, everyone, chill. Chill.
We're allowed one. No.
Sorry, I was making up for Gerald. Sorry.
All the good ones.
Yeah.
Well,
Shazam.
I have like
Shazam's a better movie, but But yeah, we gave love to Batman and Robin for a guilty pleasure thing on that tournament. So it's a fun, like, silly watch, if you're not taking it seriously. But yeah, Shazam's the better movie. Definitely.
Yeah.
Jacob.
See, I have a lot of fun watching Batman and Robin because it's one of those, it's so bad, it's good. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Shazam here. I love the movie. I think Zachary Levi was the perfect choice to play this character. I think he nails it. So yeah, Shazam.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. So I'm a huge Zachary Levi fan. I loved Chuck. I own the entire series on DVD, so I rewatched it multiple times. And yeah, I think that he was an awesome addition to the DCEU. And I remember when I went to go see it at Shazam that just having a really positive, uplifting feeling afterward. It's like, man, that movie really made me feel good. It just really, really solid, really fun. Yeah, so I really had a good time. Batman and Robin, it's a fun time just because of all of Arnold's stuff, but it's a bad movie that's kind of made fun just because of all the craziness. So I'll just say, allow me to break the ice. My name is Freeze. Learn it well, for it's a chilling sound of your doom. So yeah, that'll be my Mr. Freeze quote there. but I gotta go Shazam. Yeah. But Ryan?
It's funny. I just watched Batman and Robin 2 nights ago again to kind of get ready.
I did too. I watched it 2 nights ago.
Yeah. I want to so hard to like it. George Clooney is Bruce Wayne, not Batman. That's how I always viewed it. I thought he was a great Bruce Wayne, not good as Batman. Yeah. Played it well. Chris O'Donnell is Robin, cool. I love it. Give me Nightwing though because of that angst. But Shazam, it was a good movie. I didn't want to like it because I wasn't a huge fan of Shazam, but I thought they did great with Zachary Levi, and they're going to do more with it, and the opportunities are endless with that. So Shazam.
Yeah, sounds good. And Moose, what do you think?
Allow me to kick some ice.
Yes.
Batman and Robin is a guilty pleasure movie.
Yeah.
Why? Because you can drink every time there's an ice pun used. Why? Because Uma Thurman dresses as a gorilla in a scene. Why? Because he has a Batman Amex. It's a guilty pleasure movie. It is not,
shameless plugs.
Not a good movie. Shazam was a lot of fun. I, like you, Jordan, kind of came out of watching that movie feeling better. Yeah. I didn't expect the whole Shazam family. That's way down the line for DC, but they did it in the first movie, and it worked, and it worked so well. And then, everyone has to love the end scene when Freddie Freeman is eating lunch and Shazam shows up with Superman. His reaction in that, in that 1 second moment where he's like, "Ha!" is so great. I love that moment so much that I would put Shazam through. And of course, Batman and Robin is awful. So come on, we're all gonna put Shazam.
Yeah. Well, Shazam.
Well, before we go, I'll just say, hand over the diamond gun, gal, or I'll turn you into mulch.
Yeah.
When he branches off from the ice for a moment, with Poison Ivy.
The mulch guns, yeah.
Plant girl, vine lady.
Yeah. We still have X-Men Dark Phoenix to talk about, and the original Thor. All right.
It's Adam and Evil.
Adam and Evil, yeah. Tonight's forecast, a freeze is coming.
Yeah. Freeze, yeah. Well, Austin, you're up first.
All right,
so.
Yeah. What's funny? I forget Dark Phoenix exists. Period. I forget they even made that movie. That's a movie I don't remember it's a thing. That it's just kind of came and went, and yeah, It's not very rewatchable. It's not very. It doesn't even have a good Quicksilver scene. Like, how do you not even have a good Quicksilver scene when you have Quicksilver? Like, I don't know. It's very forgettable. I think the first Thor is fun for what it is. It's not like top tier MCU, but Chris Hemsworth's having a good time, and I think the cast is pretty solid. So I'll go Thor.
Yeah, sounds good. Jacob?
Yeah, just to reiterate what Moose said earlier, you can be considered one of the weaker MCU movies, but being one of the weaker MCU movies, it's still a pretty good movie. Thor is still a pretty good movie. X-Men Dark Phoenix is not a good movie. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Thor. I love I think it's a solid cast. I think it's a solid story, and I think the humor works. Whereas Dark Phoenix, I don't think anything works.
Yeah. X-Men Dark Phoenix is a terrible movie, and that the Phoenix storyline is one of my favorite storylines. They even tried to do it in like the third X-Men slightly and just a little bit, but if you want to see it, the best iteration of the Dark Phoenix saga, watch X-Men the animated series, because they do it really well in the animated series. So, which is coming back, which I'm excited for. So, but yeah, Thor was a fun time. Like, it's not a movie that I love. Like, it's directed by Kenneth Branagh, and it definitely shows because of all the Shakespearean kind of like style of like Thor, like when he like slams a drink down, he's like another, or like talking about like riding a horse and like all these different things. So like it's a fun introduction to the character. I had a good time with it. So yeah, I would say that I absolutely love it, but it's fun. So I'll vote Thor.
Same for me, Thor. Just such a great movie and a lot of nods to the comic book, so I was happy with Chris Hemsworth's character, the Dr. Blake, like he did in the comics. But Dark Phoenix, man, I'm like you said, Jordan, I'm a huge fan of the Phoenix saga in the comic books. It's so great, and they tried so hard in Last Stand.
Yeah,
I was excited, after the second X-Men movie, and then they did this, and I wanted to like it. But the same as the original trilogy, the first one was good, and they fell off as they went. So I'm going to go with Thor on this one.
Yeah. Well, Moose, what do you think?
So I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Thor is a hard story to tell when it comes to visual cinematic movies, right? And of the Holy Trinity, which is Cap, Iron Man, and Thor, of the Holy Trinity, Thor is probably the toughest character to introduce to both a mainstream audience and in a movie. And I mean, think about it. You're dealing with a Norse god, right? Visually, the dude has the armor, the cape, the long hair. He carries the hammer. He rides across a rainbow bridge. Like, it's a tough kind of character, and sub-characters like the Warriors 3, Odin, Heimdall, to introduce. But Kenneth Branagh did it. Like, he actually did. And if you go back and rewatch the Thor movie, it's a solid watch. It's not bad. It's a fun movie. Like, when the Warriors 3 find him in, like, New Mexico, he's like, found you. Like, there's so much kind of, like, fun in that character when Coulson calls him Donald because he's got the name down Donald Blake. He's like, Donald. I like it's just it's a fun MCU movie, and it was kind of a fun way to be able to introduce him. I really wish Branagh would have directed the second Thor movie. I think we would have got something a little different. I'm not totally unsold on the X-Men Dark Phoenix movie. It's not terrible. It's just not the Dark Phoenix that all of us wanted. With this group, the casting of certain characters, like Alexander Shipp as Storm, was solid. Ty Sheridan as Cyclops was solid. Even what's her name, Sophie Turner as Jean Grey, wasn't terrible casting. This wasn't the Dark Phoenix, and the fact that they hinted at like the alien presence in the movie made it even worse. Actually, I thought it's either you fully commit to this cosmic story that is the Dark Phoenix, or you don't. We already had the don't version of it where Jean Grey just got mad in X3, X-Men United, and we unanimously voted down that movie, right? So I do think that there are some redeeming qualities in Dark Phoenix, but I do agree the most wasted character in this movie is Quicksilver. He's in it for like 4 minutes, and then Jean Grey breaks his ankles, and he's like benched the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Thor gets my vote.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad that because they failed twice on the Dark Phoenix, we're probably never going to see it again on screen, which is kind of sad. So, yeah.
I will never, at this point, I will never doubt Kevin Feige.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, anything's possible.
I think he had a drunken moment with Eternals. We're all allowed that drunken moment from time to time. But I believe in Kevin Feige, and I think if there's a good story, he will find someone to tell it.
Yeah. Well, Gerald, what do you think here?
I'm definitely voting for Thor here. Simon Kinberg had 2 chances at adapting the Dark Phoenix saga, and he did it even worse on the second time. So definitely going with Thor.
Yep. Did it even worse. Yep. Well, Thor it is. All right. And let's see. We got one more matchup.
One, X2. Yeah, I was about to say we haven't seen X2 or Wonder Woman yet, so yeah.
And the original Wonder Woman. So yeah, this one might be kind of tough. So
Jacob.
First, Jacob. All right.
I'll go with Wonder Woman on this one. I really enjoy both these movies, but I think this was a great introduction. Well, not introduction because we saw it in Batman vs Superman, but in her own solo movie, I thought this was great. This was solid, and I love Gal Gadot as the character. So, yeah, Wonder Woman, and it's more fresh in my mind. I haven't watched X2 in a while.
Yeah. Well, X2 for me is hands down my favorite X-Men movie. I freaking love X2, and that opening scene when you have Nightcrawler in the White House where he's bamfing all over the place and like stabbing people, like it's just so cool. And Alan Cummings, that was inspired casting. Like I wish we would have got him more, but then all of a sudden the character just disappears, and you're like, what happened to Nightcrawler? Because he's always been one of my favorite characters, and I even thought that they did some cool stuff with like Rogue and Iceman. Like in the comic books, Rogue's supposed to be with Gambit, so like I wish they would have had Gambit in there. But I even like the Sean Ashmore as Iceman. It was fun. So and yeah, I think that it's a solid story, and I just really dig how almost all the characters are portrayed. There's a few. I mean, Cyclops always gets the shaft in these movies. I don't know why he's supposed to be the leader of the X-Men, but he always does. So and with Wonder Woman, I thought that it was great, but I mean, going up against X2, I gotta vote X2. So, Ryan.
So for me, it's gonna be Wonder Woman. I thought DC needed a female character, and they knocked it out of the park with Wonder Woman. They redeemed themselves, I think, back to their universe. X-Men United, yeah, cool. We got Kurt Wagner. I was so excited to get Nightcrawler. That for me was like the best part of the whole movie. Could have done without Rogue and Iceman, or at least make Rogue the awesome badass she was in the comic books and in the TV series a lot better than when she was in these movies, because it wasn't enjoyable to watch her, and I wanted it to be. But Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman, perfect for that role, especially Chris Pine in there. It's such a great cast, great movie. Yeah, that one hands down, Wonder Woman.
Yeah, sounds good. Moose, what do you think?
Good point, Sarcasm, Ryan. On that, I will kind of piggyback as you on your points as well. DC needed a winner. Batman v Superman did well at the box office, but didn't do great longevity. A lot of people had a lot of issues with that. Suicide Squad, same thing. Like Austin said, somewhere in there might be a good Suicide Squad movie, and I would be interested to see the Ayer take of Suicide Squad. But again, critical reception didn't do well. And the one thing to take away from Batman versus Superman that was extremely positive was how great Gal Gadot was as Diana Prince, right? And this movie was so good. It was such a polar opposite for Wonder Woman 1984. 84 was terrible. Like you say, Gerald, it was halfway done, and they were like, "Well, everyone's home with COVID, so here you go. Enjoy that. Maybe that'll help." But the first Wonder Woman was great. It was so great. It's my favorite of all of the DC or just DC movies in general. And that includes 89 Batman that I love. This is such a great origin story for such a great character. Now, X-Men United is the best of the X-Men movies, in my opinion. And yes, the opening scene with Nightcrawler is van-freaking-tastic. Brian Cox as William Stryker, inspired casting, love it. I wish he would have done more in that role. There's a lot of characters. Colossus has one cool scene in that movie, and I love Colossus, and he gets one cool scene in that movie, and he's kind of wasted in 3. So
he has some really cool deleted scenes, but they're not in the actual movie.
God,
yeah,
just put him in the damn movie. Colossus is done right in the Deadpool movies. I'll go on record as saying that. Wonder Woman should advance.
Yeah. Well, Gerald, what do you think?
I really like Wonder Woman. I think it doesn't hold up all the way through. The third act kind of doesn't do it for me. On the other hand, I really like X2. I think it still holds up and it's solid all the way through. So I'm going to go with X2.
Yeah. Austin, what do you think?
You know what? I don't think we've only had one X-Men movie go through, I think, this whole tournament. I think that was Days of Future Past, right? We haven't had a whole lot of X representation here. And I think one of the better ones deserves to go through, personally. I like Wonder Woman a lot. I think the second act is kind of the strongest of it. But X2, I dig a lot. It might be my second favorite X-Men movie behind First Class. So I'll vote X2, which makes it a tie and goes to me, so I'm putting through some X-Men. Besides that, so yeah.
I mean, This is a tough one because they're both solid
They're both
movies.
good.
So
Good.
yeah.
I'd be happy with you.
No
I wouldn't
worries.
have been mad if Wonder Woman went through at all. That it's a good movie. But yeah. So
yeah, now I don't have to use my argument that I think Gal Gadot's kind of a wooden actor. I don't think she's the greatest actress, but she's written really
You're
well.
a wooden actor. No.
Yeah, right. That's probably true, actually. I wouldn't dispute that. That'll be the end
a finely shaped
round
piece of
one,
wood.
all right.
Right.
So here's the situation.
Fly.
We are 3.5 hours in, baby. We gotta love it. We knew this one would be long, but it's fun. We're having a good time. We're having a good time. So this is the part where we really have fun. If you thought you had some tough decisions earlier, this is the part of the show where we're going to speed through the finale. So literally what I want from everybody is 10 seconds or less, pretty much just a vote and maybe a sentence. And I'm going to hold everybody to it. So you got to make quick decisions, and we're going to get to this winner here. So now the pleasantries are out there and see what makes it. So we'll go with the first one, and we'll start with Jordan for Winter Soldier versus Far From Home.
This is Far From Home. Oh, dang. Well, we're supposed to go quick here, but man, this is a tough matchup. I'm going to go with Winter Soldier, I think, just by a little bit. So, yeah. Ryan?
Winter Soldier for me.
Yeah.
All the way.
Moose?
He can do this all day. Winter Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Gerald?
Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Austin?
Robert Redford for the win.
Yep. Jacob?
I would have slightly gone with Spider-Man.
Okay. A little love for Spider-Man, but
there's some of the Spider-Man movies still in contention, so I think Spider-Man will be okay.
yeah.
Some other ones still on the board.
You have the
All right.
Incredible Hulk going up against X-Men Days of Future Past.
All right, Ryan.
Give me the Hulk.
Yeah.
Wow.
Moose?
Days of Future Past.
Yeah. Gerald?
Days of Future Past for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Austin?
X-Men.
Yeah. Jacob?
X-Men.
I'm going to go Days of Future Past, so that'll be it.
Suck it, cousin Ryan.
Swine.
There's a little love for it. But,
all right.
But
Deadpool 2.
Deadpool 2 going up against the Amazing Spider-Man.
Okay. Moose.
The matchup's only get harder from here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Come on, Deadpool 2. Let's go.
Yeah. Gerald?
Deadpool 2.
Yeah. Austin?
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Jacob?
Deadpool 2.
I gotta go Deadpool 2. Ryan?
Spider-Man, but I get it. I totally get it's a hard one.
Yeah.
Is it a tie or is it?
No.
No. It's
With
4
Deadpool?
to 2 for Deadpool. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but was it? Not really.
Yeah. Was it? Yeah. Yeah. We have Doctor Strange going up against the Dark Knight
Oh.
Dark
Rises.
Knight Rises. All right. Mr. Gerald is up first.
Batman Begins. Sorry. This is
Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
The
Wrong.
posters
Wait,
look
that's
very
not it.
similar.
this is not as hard.
You know
for
what
me.
you meant, yeah.
Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Austin?
We give Gotham back to you, the people. Dark Knight Rises. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. You got to give it to Bane. Come on. I didn't do all this Bane for nothing.
Yeah. Jacob?
Doctor Strange.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go with Doctor Strange pretty easily. Right?
Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Moose?
Doesn't matter at this point, but Harvey Dent is a false idol.
Yeah.
I would have voted
Well-
Batman. The Dark
Well,
Knight
it does
Rises.
matter because that's a tie. So Moose makes
Oh,
it
it
a
is?
tie. So yeah.
okay.
So we go
I
to,
thought-
but we go to Jake.
I'm pretty
go
sure
to Jacob
everybody
Barber.
else said. No, I'm pretty sure it was 4-2. Yeah, Ryan,
No,
Gerald, Jacob,
Gerald
and
said
Jordan.
Gerald said Batman. I said Batman, and you said Batman. That's 3. That's
No,
3 to 3.
Gerald said
No,
Batman
Gerald-
Begins, and then he
Yeah,
corrected
okay.
He said
himself
Doctor Strange.
once he realized it wasn't
Yeah.
Batman Begins too.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he just got confused with his Batman movies. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Son of a
Doctor
bitch.
Oh, God damn it! How dare all of you!
Yeah.
Reckoning is upon us.
Yeah.
If that's what we needed, was a little humor from Bane. That would have made the movie. That would have got my vote. Right?
Yeah, at some
I'd
point,
argue
they
that
should
it
have
is.
just been like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
That Batman just knocked my tube out of my gas.
Yeah.
I can't breathe.
Yeah. Yeah. Batman v Deadpool. So.
Easy for me on this one. Batman 89 all the way. Michael Keaton, baby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob.
Not as easy for me, but Batman.
Yeah. Not as easy for me either, but I'm gonna go Deadpool. So. Ryan.
Deadpool for me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Moose.
God, this is ripping my heart out. Not easy for me.
Yeah.
Deadpool.
Yeah. Well, Gerald.
I'm also going to say Deadpool.
Ooh.
Wow. Are you guys serious?
Deadpool.
Come on.
Yeah.
That made it easier
so
than infinitely
good.
more watching it. Oh,
It's a
dude.
tough choice you gotta make, so yeah, it's not easy.
Please don't make the super suit animated or green.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Yep. We have Batman Forever going up against Civil War.
This is easy.
Yeah. Easy, but
This is easy.
Yeah.
but who's first?
Jacob.
Jacob?
Jacob.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Civil War.
Yep, Civil War. Ryan?
Oh, Civil War.
Yeah. Moose?
He's still doing it all day. Civil War.
Yep.
Mhm.
Gerald?
Civil War.
Yep. Austin?
I'm voting for Civil War, but I'll just say joygasm.
Yeah. Clean sweep. All right. Yeah, Batman v Superman. I'm going up against Logan. All right.
This should be an easy one too.
Yeah. So I'm first.
Jordan.
Right? Oh yeah, easy. Logan.
Logan, all day.
Moose.
You know whose mother is not named Martha? Logan. Let's go.
Yep. Exactly. Yes. Gerald.
Logan for me.
Austin.
Hey, it's not their fault that all the comic creators named their moms Martha. That's not the movie's
Bad
fault.
writing.
Yeah, right.
It's bad writing. So
All the writing.
Yeah. BVS.
Yeah. Jacob?
Logan.
Yeah. I don't even think Logan has a mother, so yeah. I mean, he might, but
Brian Cox. Is Brian Cox's
right.
mother, technically? Striker.
Yeah, Striker, yeah. We have the Dark Knight going up against Infinity. Ooh.
Oh.
Man. This could be a final.
Ooh, and the next round is going to be hard, too. Whatever goes up against goes against Logan in the next round, too. So both these are going to be hard. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So if I'm leaving off,
All right,
let's Infinity
Right.
War. Oh, that's hard.
All right.
Infinity War.
Yeah. Moose?
Oh, fuck a duck.
Gross.
fuck a duck.
Oh, Avengers Infinity War.
Yeah. Gerald?
I hate to make a decision between the two, but I'm gonna go with Infinity War.
Yeah. Austin?
Yeah, we're going to get roasted for not having Dark Knight
Yeah.
in the poll, but
Yeah, we are.
I'll go Infinity War.
Yeah.
And as much as I don't like it, Endgame won't be in it either. So yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll say Infinity War.
Not my call.
Jacob?
Yeah.
Yep.
I would have went with the Dark Knight.
Yeah. To show a little love for it, but I'm gonna go with Infinity War. Yeah.
Wow, 5-1 for Infinity War. Wow, who knew against the Dark Knight? Yeah, this is what can happen. That's a tough bracket.
Now, if this was opening night when I first saw this movie, I'd be voting Dark Knight, but I've since rewatched it and totally changed my opinion. So yeah. But that's
my number 2 right there being gone.
Oh dang. Number 2 of all time. Ooh.
No, of the list.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Of the list. Fair.
Yeah.
Well, we have Spider-Man 2 going up against. Ooh, we have Spider-Man battle against No Way Home.
Oh, Spidey battle. Arguably the two
man.
best ones, maybe. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, who's up first?
It's Moose is up first. Sorry.
Moose.
Sorry, Moose.
Oh,
All good. This is an easy one because we get a redemption arc for Otto Octavia, so No Way Home.
yeah. Gerald?
I'm also gonna go with No Way Home.
Yeah. Austin?
I'm going to go with the movie that introduced us to Otto Octavius, Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. Jacob?
No Way Home.
Yeah, I think I would have gone just by a sliver with Spider-Man 2. So,
Right.
Ryan?
No Way Home. Gotta see that one
all right.
move on. Gotta
Yeah,
see it move
okay.
on.
I'm not
Thank
mad
you for
about it.
not making me break the tie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are welcome. You thought about it.
Yes.
Oh, buddy, you're going to get a worse one.
Yeah, right?
Coming up soon.
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy versus Ant-Man and the Wasp. All right.
All right, Gerald.
Cheers.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. Austin?
Come and get your love, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yep. Jacob?
Guardians.
Yep. I'm hooked on a feeling, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh. Ryan?
Should have been the song Moose sang at his wedding, but he didn't because he chickened out. But yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. Good job.
It is very true.
Behind the curtain
Ryan
stuff.
was one of my groomsmen. I was going to sing one of the Guardians of the Galaxy songs at my wedding. But one day I will own a brewery, and when I do, I will pitch the Groot's oak-aged ale. So Guardians of the Galaxy.
Nice. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Well, Guardians of the Galaxy. it is.
All right.
Next up, we got Avengers going up against Black Panther.
Ooh.
So Austin,
Avengers.
Jacob,
Black Panther.
this one's close for me, but I think I got to go Avengers. Ryan,
Avengers. Damn.
yeah. Moose,
I'm going to go Black Panther.
Yeah.
oh, all right. Well,
Gerald.
Gerald,
I have to go Avengers.
Oh, no tie there. Avengers takes it.
I get it.
Yeah.
Ooh, we knew this. Hey, you guys knew it was going to be tough when we started getting down to this. So
Yeah.
Jacob dodging bullets right now.
Yeah, right. Yes.
yeah.
The original Iron
Iron
Man
Man.
went up against Black Widow.
Ooh, tie this one. This one's easy. Tie this one.
Well,
you're up first.
Jacob, you can show your hand by voting first.
Yeah.
So,
Iron Man. You can't take out Endgame and then lose in the next round. Come on.
This was a lot closer than I would have thought. Like for some reason, I just really like Black Widow, but it's no Iron Man. I gotta go Iron Man. Ryan?
I am Iron Man, so we got to do it.
Yep.
Do it.
Moose?
Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna hear about that later, aren't I?
Fuckers.
What are you talking
Iron
about,
Man, I
dude?
guess.
No, you guys ain't gonna be hearing about this. Jordan and I, when I put up the poll tomorrow, like we're gonna hear about this and
Yeah,
Dark
right?
Knight and all this other
Yeah.
shit. You guys don't have to deal with the comment section. We have to. We have to explain. Okay, see, Endgame got knocked out by Iron Man, and then Dark Knight got knocked out by Infinity War.
Yeah.
But people who didn't watch the episode, people who
Yeah, to that I always say, tell us you didn't watch the show without telling us.
without telling us you didn't watch the show. Yeah. You're like, you
Be
vote
sure
on these fucking movies.
I
You come on
lobbied
here and vote on these
Endgame,
goddamn movies.
please.
Yeah.
Be sure to let the group vote know that I lobbied heavily for Endgame.
Yeah.
Iron Man has my vote.
Yeah.
Iron Man.
Gerald? Yep.
Yeah, same here. Iron Man.
All right. Well, Iron
But
Man.
agree with Jordan.
Watched.
Tougher decision on this one. Black Widow's a solid movie.
Yeah, like I feel like it doesn't get enough love, but Iron Man's good. So, but we got Suicide Squad. The
Suicide Squad.
Yeah, going
That's
against Shang-Chi. So,
All right, Jordan.
Bullshit's bad.
this one's actually tougher too than I would have thought. I think. Oh
Is
man, this might be the toughest one for me.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll go with Shang-Chi just because they didn't kill off half the characters at the beginning. So, yeah. Ryan?
They killed Rick Flag for me, so the Suicide Squad can suck it. Shang-Chi for me all the way.
Yep. Moose?
Okay, they killed Shang-Chi, and then your beloved Peacemaker series basically completely discredited Amanda Waller, so we won't get any more Suicide Squad movies. Let's go Shang-Chi.
Yeah. Well, Amanda Waller's a horrible character. I hate that character.
Oh, I love that
I can't stand her.
Oh,
But
it's so
anyways.
good. It's so
Yeah.
good. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
I think it's bad acting though too, so that's just me. But anyways,
Oh, Viola Davis is the best.
Viola Davis is amazing.
she's amazing in like other stuff. Yeah, but
Menacing.
Gerald,
Shang-Chi.
yeah, Austin.
Man, Suicide Squad. I don't know. Man, both these movies.
Sure. Yeah.
Can I vote for the other Suicide Squad?
Yeah. Jacob.
Shang-Chi.
All right. Well, Shang-Chi it is. All right. Then we got Thor Ragnarok going up against the original Spider-Man.
No, easy.
Right.
Ryan?
Yeah, probably easy for some of us in the opposite way. But
Is it starting with me? Yeah.
Right.
You know what?
Mhm.
Right.
Of the two, give me some more Korg. Give me Thor Ragnarok. Let's move that one along.
Yeah. Moose.
One time when we were children, Loki turned into a snake because he knows I love snakes. So I bent down to pick up the snake to admire it. And I picked it up and he went, "Bro, it's me." And he stabbed me. We were 8.
Yeah.
That happened in Thor Ragnarok, which is first to move forward.
Yeah. Yep. Gerald.
I love them both, but I'm gonna go with Spider-Man.
Yeah. Austin.
Hey, you know what else happened in Thor Ragnarok? The god of lightning and thunder gets taken out with a taser. Spider-Man.
Not in Thor Ragnarok, sucker. That happens in Thor, the original one, when he's immortal.
No, that's in Thor Ragnarok. Remember, they put the shit on his head and they electrocute him and knock him out.
Yeah.
That's Thor
Valkyrie
Ragnarok.
sticks him in
And
the
that
neck.
sucks.
Taser.
Yeah.
It's not a taser.
Yeah, it's a taser.
No.
It's a taser.
That's the car. That's the
They
car
shoot it into his
technology.
neck and it electrocutes
Yeah.
him. But yet he's getting struck by lightning later in the movie and he's absorbing lightning and he's perfectly fine. Fuck that movie. Spider-Man.
It's when he comes into more of his powers.
It's okay,
Like,
Austin. You and Macy Gray will make an appearance this weekend at an opening at a Jiffy Lube.
Oh, I'd be happy to.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Be better than my regular job right now.
Yeah.
Can't be worse than my real job.
Jacob?
Thor.
Yep. I gotta go with Thor because of Korg. I freaking love that character, so Thor. So Thor Ragnarok it is. Right.
It's not going all the way, Moose. Relax.
So I haven't
see,
even
we'll
begun
see.
my Korg pitch.
So now we have Batman Begins, Gerald. It's here.
Oh, okay.
Going up against
This is
Shazam.
This
All
one
right, Moose.
Moose.
Oh, okay. Well, Batman Begins.
Yeah.
For my man Gerald.
I already
Yeah.
voted for it once. Batman Begins.
Yeah. Austin?
Yeah, Batman Begins.
Yeah. Jacob?
The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, right. Oh, wait.
Sorry.
You gotta change your vote.
I mean, Batman Begins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go Batman Begins. Ryan?
Batman Begins.
Yep.
All right.
Batman Begins it is. All right.
Okay.
Jacob is a stealthy assassin over there. I love it. Comes in with these
Yeah.
one-liners that are perfect.
Yeah. Right.
I know. I have to do like impressions to get last. Jacob just comes in with nice little zingers. Yeah, I know. It's like
Yeah. But we got Thor, the original one, against X2.
X2.
Yeah. So
All right,
Gerald.
Gerald.
X2.
Yep. Austin.
X2.
Yeah. Jacob.
Yeah, I'll vote X2 this time.
Yep, and I'll go X2. Ryan.
Thor.
All right. Yeah. Moose.
I'll go X2.
Yeah.
All right.
X2 it is.
Okay. All right. So we're down to the next round will be the ones that make it into the Elite Eight because we're in the 16 right now. So the winners
Yeah, whoever
of
wins
this round will make it into the poll. So this is what we'll get roasted on in the comments tomorrow. At least we will. Y'all don't have to worry about it.
Yay.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
We got
So choose wisely. All right.
Captain America Winter Soldier
That's a
versus
tough
X-Men
one.
Days of Future Past.
That's a tough one.
So,
I got to go first.
Awesome.
It's like razor thin, but I'll go X-Men, but like razor thin.
yeah. Jacob?
Same, but for Winter Soldier.
Yep, same, but for Winter Soldier too. So, Ryan?
Winter Soldier.
Yep. Moose?
Team Cap. Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Gerald?
I'm also going the Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Winter Soldier it is.
Okay, so Winter Soldier is the first one in.
Yeah.
All right.
We have Deadpool 2 going up against Doctor Strange. Okay.
Oh.
All right. So,
right,
Jacob,
Jacob.
you're up first.
Use every bit of my 10 seconds. And
Yeah, right.
Deadpool 2.
Yeah. This one's pretty easy. Deadpool 2. Ryan?
Doctor Strange for me.
Yeah. Moose?
This is a tougher one.
Yeah.
But because of you, I will always know what a grown man looks like with baby balls. Deadpool 2.
Yep, exactly. Gerald?
Doctor Strange.
Ooh, all right. Austin?
I can't believe it made it this far, but Deadpool 2, honestly.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deadpool 2, yeah. I think people might be like, you have Deadpool 2 in the freaking.
But not Dark Knight,
what?
not Endgame. What the
Yeah.
fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah.
Anna,
Yeah.
is it
Yeah.
too late for me to change my vote to Doctor Strange?
You want to
I'll
make
leave
Jacob
this up
use
to
it?
someone
Yeah,
else.
he's stressing
I'm
out up
fine
there.
with it.
Hey, look at
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it because I haven't.
I'm gonna go Doctor Strange and put it up to someone else to decide besides
To
me.
Jacob. Well, then it goes to Jacob.
So don't change anything.
Aw.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, but don't waste it yet. Yeah, because it would have
kind
been
of
wasted.
his tiebreakers, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to make the decision.
Yeah,
No,
right.
he does. He took it back. He took it back.
Yep.
Oh.
So Jacob, you still have it, technically.
But
No, Jacob still. Moose
Oh,
was trying to pull some last minute shenanigans, so I don't know if that counts. Yeah.
maybe I don't know. Yeah, but we have the original Deadpool going up against Civil War. So
Jordan.
Shit.
Civil War. Yeah.
Fuck.
Ryan.
Yeah,
Do you love Ryan Reynolds that much?
He does.
I do. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Deadpool.
All right. Moose.
The wrong Deadpool is advancing.
I know. Yep. I
Yeah.
agree.
Fuck it, Duck. Civil War.
Yep. That's the thing about tournament fights. It's just all about the randomizer and you get some kind of weird
Mhm.
stuff. But Gerald.
Civil War.
Yeah. Austin.
You guys wouldn't be contemplating putting Deadpool through if you had put Batman '89 through like you were supposed to. This would have been like a much more interesting vote. But you guys want to put all these Deadpool movies through. All right. Fuck it. I'll just say Deadpool. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Jacob.
Civil War.
Yeah. Civil War, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Civil War. All right. So we have Logan up against Avengers
There
Infinity
it
War.
is.
Ooh,
There it is.
Yeesh.
There it is. Knew it was coming.
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
Ryan.
Ryan.
I know it's gonna be tough.
Do you guys ever see that really
Man.
old movie, in outer space? I'm gonna do
Yeah.
the Avengers Infinity War.
Yeah. Moose.
Oh, it's hard to imagine a list without Logan on it or The Dark Knight. Logan is such a profound freaking movie, but me being the MCU whore that I am,
Yeah. Gerald. Don't break my heart.
I'm gonna go with Infinity War.
All right. Austin.
Yeah, same here. I'm gonna go Infinity War. Logan's had some tough luck in a lot of these tournaments, so
you guys are
Logan's had
killing
tough luck. Yeah.
In my 64, Logan lost in the first round to Napoleon Dynamite in the first round. I was like, what the frick? Yeah, I don't know. She's crazy. But Jacob.
See, now that I know Infinity War is moving on, it makes it so much easier to vote for Logan.
Yep. I would have voted Logan, but it doesn't matter. So
It doesn't matter. All right.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for that tiebreaker to come.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, it's not happening yet. It'll be on something
No.
really tough. You watch.
Yeah, right.
All right. On the other side, we got No Way Home.
No Way Home going up against Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians.
All right.
Moose.
balls. I have to start it off, huh?
Yep.
Okay. I know I'm wearing the Groot shirt. I think No Way Home gave us something that none of us were ever expecting to happen, possibly in our entire lives, and that is to bring 3 different Spider-Mans, 3 different universes from 3 different production companies in one movie. Guardians of the Galaxy, all props to James Gunn for taking a obscure property and making it one of the best MCU movies. Far From Home is such a damn good movie and was completely unexpected. Far From Home.
Yeah.
You mean No Way Home?
No way.
You already voted on
No Way
Far
Home,
From
sorry,
Home.
excuse me.
Oh yeah.
Far From Home had its day.
They're all
Yeah,
similar
it's
titles.
kind of why I hate both of those subtitles because like you just
Yeah.
mix them up like super easily. Like I
Well,
wish they
have
would have
home
called
and
it at
everything,
least
yeah.
something else. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Gerald?
Gerald.
I'm gonna do No Way Home.
Yeah. Austin.
Yeah, I love Tobey Maguire so much, so seeing him back was almost as good as when I'm going to see Michael Keaton in the Flash movie later this year. So
Yeah.
No Way Home.
Looking forward to that. Jacob?
No Way Home.
Yeah, but I wore my Spidey shirt for a reason, so yeah, No Way Home. So, Ryan?
Yeah, No Way Home.
Yep, No Way Home it is.
All
Unanimous,
right.
actually, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it though? That was such a great movie.
Yeah, true. Maybe not so much, yeah. But the Avengers versus Iron Man, we have two kind of OGs.
Oh wow.
So,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Fuck you,
So,
Iron Man voters.
Yep. And it's Gerald first, right?
Yeah, Gerald first.
Yeah.
It's super tough. Avengers.
Yeah. Austin?
Yeah, I'm gonna go slightly Avengers. I didn't see Iron Man 6 times in the theater, so Avengers.
Yeah. Jacob?
Avengers.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go Iron Man because I'm a sucker for a good origin story, and man, they pulled it off like really well with Iron Man. So, yeah.
It's a hard one. But I want some shawarma, so let's go with Avengers.
Yeah. Moose?
Damn, Swarm sounds good. Avengers.
Yeah. Sounds good. So Avengers it is. All right. We have Shang-Chi.
I actually have a good
up
shawarma
against
place next
Thor
time you come out, cousin Ryan. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, balls!
Yeah, right? It's gonna be a tough one for you, Moose. But Austin, you're up first.
Me. Oh, this is easy.
Oh, and he went away.
Is it that easy?
Oh,
Fuck you. What?
You went away.
And now you screwed it all up. No, don't do that because I have shitty internet after like 12 o'clock. So you freaked me out for a second.
Yeah.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Jacob.
Yeah.
So these are literally 12 and 13 in my MCU rankings. And right now Shang-Chi is at 12, so I will go with Shang-Chi.
Yeah. For me, it's actually easy. Thor Ragnarok, hands down. So, yeah. Ryan?
I was excited for the 10 rings, but it didn't do as much justice as I wanted, so give me some Thor Ragnarok to that next round.
Yeah. Moose?
Sounds like you had a very intimate and special relationship with this hammer, and that losing it was comparable to losing a family member.
Yeah.
Thor Ragnarok, come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Of course.
Great writing, yeah. But, Gerald?
I'm also going to go with Ragnarok.
All right.
Nice.
Thor Ragnarok it is.
Good man. Gerald, you're welcome to come over for a glass of whiskey anytime you want.
Yep.
All right, I'll take you up on that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We still have Batman Begins going up against X2. All right.
Okay. All right, Jacob.
Batman Begins.
Even though I think Batman Begins is freaking awesome, I grew up reading like every single X-Men comic. It's more of a personal pick for me, so X2. Ryan?
I'm Batman. Give me some Batman.
Yeah. Moose?
Yeah, we need some DC representation. Batman Begins.
Yeah. Gerald?
Batman Begins.
Yeah. Austin?
Batman Begins.
Yep. Yeah, I figured, but it's still my favorite of the trilogy, so I'm not mad.
Yeah, it's the only DC movie in the poll. Is Batman
Yeah, right.
Begins.
Only
Wow.
DC movie. Yep.
Oddly enough, it's the only Nolan movie out of the 3 Nolan movies, and then the only DC movie. Period.
Yep, the only
In the
DC.
8.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Get harder. Let me zoom it out a little. We got
Winter Soldier.
Yeah, we got the Winter Soldier going up against Deadpool 2. That's still hanging in.
Oh, it's easy.
So,
Easier.
So, yeah, so
Jordan.
who's up first? Oh, it's me. Yeah, I got to go Winter Soldier. Overall, I like the Deadpool character better, but as a movie, Winter Soldier. Ryan?
Winter Soldier for me.
Yeah. Moose?
Wouldn't it be amazing if we could get a movie Deadpool versus Cap? But
Yes.
Yes.
Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Gerald?
Winter Soldier.
Yep. Austin?
Yeah, Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Would you vote, Jacob? I forget.
Clean sweep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Winter Soldier. All right. Cool. Winter Soldier it is. Then we got down here, we got Civil War going up against Infinity War. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. So it's Ryan first.
Infinity War.
Yeah. Moose?
Two great MCU movies, Infinity War.
Gerald?
Infinity War.
Austin?
Infinity War.
Jacob?
This is literally my 1 and 2 when it comes to the MCU.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go with Civil War.
Yeah. So there's
Is
some
that
love for
one?
it because
That's one. Yeah, I
Ah,
love Civil War.
yeah.
I thought I was gonna be the only one
freaking flick.
because I freaking love Civil War like way more than Infinity War, even though it's not gonna advance. But yeah, Infinity War it is. So
Mhm.
yeah, but we still have Spider-Man No Way Home going against the OG Avengers.
All right,
So-
Moose.
Is that Moose?
Oh, fuck. Why do I always have to start
Yeah.
these? No Way Home.
Yeah. Gerald?
No Way Home for me as well.
Yeah. Austin?
Avengers.
Okay. Jacob?
No Way Home.
Yeah, I gotta go No Way Home. Ryan?
Oh, genius, playboy, philanthropist. Come on. Avengers.
Well, despite that, it's gonna be No Way Home. So, yep. So
Feel dirty after this. I'm gonna need
Traitor
to
Moose.
Yeah.
three of our final four, but we still. So Thor Ragnarok hanging in there, going up against Batman Begins.
Batman Begins.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
Gerald.
Gerald.
I'm gonna have to go with Batman Begins on this one.
Yeah. Austin?
I'm a DC guy. Batman Begins.
Yeah. Jacob?
Batman.
I'm gonna go Thor Ragnarok. Ryan?
Why do we pick ourselves up, Master Bruce? We got to go some Batman.
Yeah. Moose? Yeah. I'm with
yes.
you, Moose. Like, oh, yeah.
Finally.
Why do we fall, Master Bruce? Why do we
Wait.
fall?
Let me
Yeah.
take the knife out of my back, you prick.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
my vote
right.
would be Thor Ragnarok, but obviously
Yeah, yeah.
Batman Begins will advance.
See, this
Which
is
is
what
fine.
happens
Man.
when something like Thor Ragnarok goes up against cinema. You know, like it loses. So yeah, I mean, you know, that's
Cinema. Yeah.
Oh, shut up,
Yeah.
Austin. All of your other choices have been vetoed out at this point.
Yeah, All right. Well, we're down to the final
You know.
four. So
I'm sick of your pain.
yeah, right.
No, but I'm not. So keep it going.
No. Yeah. Well, we have Infinity War versus Winter Soldier. So
Yeah, I'm up first. Yeah, this one's tough because maybe the best
Yeah,
solo
this one's
Marvel
tough.
movie, in my opinion, like Winter Soldier. You know, as far as
Yeah.
like, you know, Captain
Yeah.
America or Thor or whatever. You know what I mean? Versus my favorite Avengers movie. I'll go with Infinity War, but just by a hair.
yeah, Jacob.
Infinity War.
I think I'm gonna go with Winter Soldier on this one. So, Ryan.
Infinity War.
Yeah. Moose.
Yeah, this is probably the toughest matchup of the night. These are
Yeah.
probably two of the best MCU minus Thor Ragnarok. Agreed.
So as well.
Best ensemble movie is probably Infinity War. Best standalone movie might be the Cap series. It's a tough one. I'm going to go with Infinity War. Just that's a hard movie to pull off.
Yeah. Gerald?
Infinity War.
Well, Infinity War it is.
There you go. All
right. So we have No Way Home versus Batman Begins, and it's Jacob first.
Yep.
Yeah.
No Way Home.
Yeah, I got to go with No Way Home. Ryan?
Batman Begins for me.
Yeah. Moose?
I mean, to make it even, I feel like DC needs some representation. So No Way Home.
Does it? Right? Does it? Yeah. Gerald?
Q DC.
No Way Home.
Yeah. Yeah. You vote Austin?
I would have said Batman Begins.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, it's No Way Home. So a movie that just came out less than a year ago is in the finals. So
less than 3 months ago.
Yeah, right.
Couple months ago. What are you talking about?
Ago.
It's like 3 months
Yeah,
ago.
less
Still,
than
a
a
movie that's still.
quarter
What are you
ago.
talking about? It's still in fucking theaters.
Yeah,
Go see it right now.
Yeah, right.
It's still at It's still at the Regal of the street. It's still
There you
playing.
go.
What are you talking about? Right now.
It has not. Yeah, it has not made it to Cousin Ryan and I's illegally downloaded channel that we subscribe to. So
Yeah.
Not yet. It's not real.
Well, here it comes to a video on demand in March, but it's only video on demand. It's nothing else. So it's kind of interesting. But
So we'll get it in March.
yeah, we'll get it in March.
Yeah. So who's up next?
Jordan, you're up first for this
All
one.
right.
Yeah.
Just because Infinity War took out so many of my favorite freaking movies, I gotta go with No Way Home. Right?
Avengers Infinity War.
Yeah. Moose?
Yeah, the MCU has not known defeat until Avengers Infinity War. Such a poignant movie. Yeah. To all them Scotsmen over in Edinburgh, Infinity War.
Yeah. Sure. Gerald?
Infinity War.
Yeah. Austin?
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring it home. Infinity War. It's my favorite Avengers movie. Yeah. Thanos, man. Can't beat him.
Jacob? Gonna be the same?
I will go, slightly, because this is, I don't know if it's recency bias, but No Way Home has shot up to number 3. So this is 2 versus 3, but I've already, Infinity War, slightly.
Yeah.
All right. Infinity War
It
takes
was
the
inevitable.
title.
That's it.
Yeah, he was inevitable. That's right.
It was inevitable, yep. Yeah, so that's fun, guys. It was a good time. So
Infinity War snapped everything out of this tournament. Yep.
As much as I would have loved for No Way Home to be the first movie to win the tournament fights twice, I think the
right. Zoom it out just to see this for the massive
crazy.
tournament to bring it down to Infinity War.
That lower left bracket was like super crazy with Dark Knight going out, Logan, even Batman '89 to a degree. There was some strong shit over on that side. That was a rough corner bracket.
Civil War, get a bunch of those,
The fact that the Russo brothers didn't get an Academy Award nomination for either Infinity War or Endgame is still a crying shame.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, for real.
They pulled off one of the most impossible feats in movie telling and or movie making, like history. And they got, mind you, they probably had a dump truck filled with money dropped on their front lawn. But still, like an Academy Award nomination would have been great. But who knew that Thanos was a jet or a shark?
Yeah, right. Especially after their track record with Winter Soldier too. But that was fun, guys. So that we'll do.
Well, I was just gonna see real quick, Moose, because while you said that, I was gonna see what directors were nominated for those Oscars that year. So the winner was Alfonso Cuarón for Roma. So do you think better or worse than Russo's?
No. I mean, have you watched Roma? It's a black and white movie about a dog shitting in Mexico.
Yeah,
And I like the movie.
Let me rattle off these 5, the ones that were nominated for Best Director, right, that year.
Give it to me.
So Spike Lee for Black Klansman.
Loved it. Okay, deserved.
Okay. Pawlowski for Cold War. I don't even know who that is.
Yeah. No.
I don't know what that is.
Yorgos Lanthimos for The Favorite.
Yeah. Okay, The Favorite was solid.
All right, and Adam McKay for Vice.
Okay, so again, we could have done probably without Roma. Netflix movie, although I like Alfonso Cuarón. Definitely not for the second option that you gave me there. Not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, Ryan Coogler was nominated for Black Panther, and it's rightfully deserved. But I mean, so many of these like comic book movies. I mean, Christopher Nolan was not nominated for The Dark Knight.
I know.
James Mangold was not nominated for Logan. Like,
it's like really. Yeah. But anyways, that's the Academy for you. I don't know. They do what they want. Sometimes they get it right, but they don't always. So.
No, that makes me want to look up the 2009 Oscars to see what directors got nominated instead of Christopher Nolan for The Dark Knight, because his direction of that movie is fucking spectacular. Like, it's incredible.
Yes.
All right, so real quick, I'll look that up while you guys talk amongst yourselves and give your plugs. So go ahead.
It was too mainstream for the Academy, but you can tell us where we can find you if you have any plugs you want to make. So Ryan, where can we find you?
Yeah, guys, check me out at on Twitter, Cousin Ryan 2021, because I'm everybody's cousin from what Moose tells me. So go check out the Twitter, keep an eye out, some fun things coming here early summer for big Moose and I. So it's gonna be interesting.
Cool. Very cool. We'll look forward to that. But Moose, where can we find you?
All right, I got it real quick if you want it. So it was the 5 best pictures. Remember, after Dark Knight didn't get nominated, they expanded it, and then so I'll just do Best Picture and Best Director. Best Pictures, Slumdog Millionaire won that year, but it was also Benjamin Button, Frost Nixon, Milk, and The Reader. I think you could ditch The Reader for The Dark Knight
for sure,
pretty easily.
Oh yeah,
I mean, easily.
Raise your hand here if you have seen The Reader.
Yep.
That's it. Exactly.
Raise your hand if you had a chance to watch The Reader for our Oscar show that we just did and didn't bother.
Yep.
Precise.
Raise your hand if you'll never watch The Reader ever. Me, I will never watch that fucking movie. So,
never.
And the same thing. Best Director: Danny Boyle, David Fincher, Ron Howard, Gus Van. Pretty much the same thing. Stephen Daldry for The Reader. You saw about Stephen Daldry for Christopher Nolan that year for Dark Knight, and there you go. I think
for sure,
easily.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Easy.
Well, Moose, where can we find you?
Look, you can find me at Big Moose Haas on Twitter. Follow Jacob, follow Cousin Ryan, follow Gerald, follow Austin and Jordan. These guys are all doing great work.
Nice.
Thank you guys for having me on the show. Thank you guys for having Cousin Ryan on the show. This was a lot of fun. Welcome back if you guys ever need somebody.
Yeah.
It seems like every time we have Moose on the show, it's got to be a marathon 4-hour one. So that seems to be a coincidence.
Right.
But we always have fun. Hey, but we always have fun. We have
I love when Moose talks nerdy to me. So
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Always a good time. Yeah. But Gerald, where can we find you?
You can just follow me over on Twitter at Gerald Battoglia. That's it.
Yeah.
Thanks so much to all you guys. This was
thank
really
you.
fun. I really appreciate you having me back.
Thanks for coming back. Yeah. But Austin, where can we find you?
The only thing I'll plug is myself and Henry Sanchez, aka Henry Confidential, do a show called Let's Rank Stuff. We're taking a week off this week. We'll be back next Wednesday because we're doing a mega Batman ranking next week. So we're going to rank all basically 15 Batman theatrically released movies, or at least that feature him. So we're even including both versions of Justice League, Justice and Zack Snyder. We're including, Lego Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, Suicide Squad, because he does show up, and at least in a minor role. So pretty much everything. So everything Batman's been in theatrically. It's 15, believe it or not. So yeah, we're going to do that. So we're taking a week off to build up to that. And we're including, obviously, the new The Batman with Robert Pattinson, because we're both going to go watch it and throw it in there. So we'll be doing that next Wednesday. So it should be fun.
Yeah. Sounds good. Well, Jacob, where can we find you?
You can find me here. I'm here a lot. Took a little time off, but not too much. But I'm back, and Austin and I, we have a podcast about movies called A Podcast About Movies. And so hopefully this weekend sometime we'll get another episode out. And then I do every 18 months, I do a podcast with Jordan Owens, a podcast about wrestling. We have yet to review the Royal Rumble because schedules and stuff just have not worked out. But yeah, and then anytime there's a tournament fights or tier ranker fights topic that interests me, I try to make it on. Yeah,
for sure. We were gonna have Jordan Owens on, but he's going to see the Batman tonight. So
tonight, why I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm the replacement.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly. You're always a good pinch hitter for us. We appreciate that.
It's you or Richie Goodacre. It's one of the two.
Right? Yeah, usually one of those two. Yeah. But you can find us all over the social medias at Movie Hero 2121 on Twitter and Instagram and all that. You can find the Elite Eight in poll tomorrow over in the Showdown Friends and Family group on Facebook. And if you haven't hit the subscribe button, especially if you're watching and you haven't hit the subscribe button, we're doing a big push for subscribers. We're going to be doing a big giveaway when we reach 200 subscribers. So you can watch for that. And then just a little preview of some episodes we have coming up. So this Friday, we're actually going to be doing speaking of Jordan Owens, we're going to be doing his top 64 favorite movies of all time. We're going to be critiquing his and giving our ranking of his favorite movies. So that'll be.
Hey, Moose, you've been on here a lot. If you want to scrounge up a top 64, we'll throw it into the tournament at some point.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying.
So,
I mean, all of our regulars have kind of pitched in at some point. So if you want to do it, you want to scrounge it up. It's up to you.
Send it to me.
I'll
just throwing it out there.
Just Jordan.
Talk to Jordan.
We'll do an episode for you. Yeah.
But you can't really throw 64 movies on a Twitter, but maybe you can email them or something, like a straight old school email or something.
Yeah.
Give it to them.
Can I vote? Can I vote for Ghostbusters 64 times?
If you want to,
Ghostbusters 20.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I'll reach out to you, Jordan, individually, and we'll figure this out.
It's fun because then everybody gets to take their movies into your movies into their hands, and it's a lot of fun where you don't have a lot of control over it, and we get to decide your new favorite movie. It's a lot of fun.
Yep.
Can I request that fucker next to me be on the show with us?
Yeah, you can request a panelist.
Roast him all damn day.
Yeah,
All damn day.
It's your episode.
Dude, he'll rip me to pieces, but it'll be fun. But like his cuts are the deepest because he's family. So
Moose. No joke. I had the Phantom in my top 64. You would have loved it.
Yes.
I did. That's not a joke. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Yeah.
It will be in mine.
I did.
My favorite got knocked out in the third matchup. So
yeah. Very early on. And also, speaking of Ghostbusters, rest in peace, Ivan Reitman. That was sad that we lost him recently too. So we lost one of the great directors. So, but just a couple of other episodes that we have coming up. We're going to be doing Best Action Hero. So you're going to have your John McClane's, your Rambo's, your like Dutches, all that stuff. So we'll be giving those a definitive ranking. We're also continuing our Best Picture Oscar nominee series. We're going to be doing years 1991 to 2002. So that's coming up. We're going to be ranking all the movies that were nominated. So there'll be 64 in the bracket. Then we're also continuing our One Crazy Night movies, which actually Moose, you're going to be part of that one too. So
because remember, there was so many, we had to do 2 parts to that. Yeah, so we're doing the other 64, the other 64, One Crazy Day or Night movies.
Yeah, right.
Yes. It's
so
so
64
many
more of those things. Yep.
Let's go.
And then we
The
also have a
Hangover
part
for
2.
2 wins.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Jesus.
Yeah.
Did you die?
Just exact
Yeah.
copy of
But
this
did
one.
you die?
Yeah. Yeah, right. But we're also doing the same thing for best rom-coms too. We have a part 2 because there's so many freaking rom-coms that we're doing the same format for that. So that's coming up. And then we also have an episode coming up for our worst movies of all time. So this is going to be a tournament fight battle. We're going to take 5 of us. We're each going to submit 12 and then throw them in the tournament. And we're going to be voting on which one we think are the worst movies of all time. So we're going to be voting not for the best ones, but we like the worst ones. So we're going to be determining our worst of all time. So that should be a
So
fun
we
time.
already did like a general 64 worst movies, like stuff that's on like the Razzies or worst on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah,
or
from like the
we
community.
did one of those,
These are gonna
and
be
that was
personal.
fun because we voted for what we think was the worst movie every bracket. So what we thought was worst, not better, like the better movie. And we got all the way to Norbit. Norbit won the whole tournament. So
yeah.
yeah.
Should have been Son of the Mask.
Yeah, Son of the Mask made it pretty fun too.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Good call,
So,
Jacob.
but this one will be slightly different because it'll all be personal, like the worst movies you personally have ever seen, or the worst theater experiences, or whatever. Movies you just can't stand. So it'll all be a personal one more than a general like worst movies kind of thing. So that should be fun. But
yeah. So that'll be a fun time. So that's basically where you can find us. So, and then usually at the top of every month, I'll put it on our social media. The upcoming schedule. I'll usually release about 15 episodes or so, and then I'll just have open signups if anyone wants to sign up, because the show thrives on having amazing guests like all of you guys. So yeah, so you can watch for that too. So you're all welcome to sign up, or if you hear any episodes or topics that you like, we're always happy to have you back. So anytime you want. So, but yeah, I think that'll do it for us tonight. So thanks again, guys, and for Cousin Ryan, for Moose, for Gerald, for Austin, for Jacob. I've been Jordan, Movie Hero Anderson, and we will see you guys next time.